supposed to let me know.
Good evening, and I welcome all to the Pitt County Board of Commissioners meeting for October 18th, 2020 at 6 p.m. I want to say welcome to all who are present here in the auditorium, who are in the overflow or outside watching. Thank you for your presence. At this time, I call the Pitt County Board of Commissioners meeting to order. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chairwoman Floyd Huggins?
Yes.
Commissioner Albright?
Here.
Commissioner Colson?
Here.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
Here.
Commissioner Nunley?
Here.
Commissioner Ward?
Here.
Commissioner White?
Here.
Commissioner Mary Perkins-Williams?
Here.
Thank you. We will have invocation by Commissioner Melvin McLaughlin and the pledge by Commissioner Lauren White.
Shall we stand, please? Shall we have a moment of silence for the former Chief of Staff, Colin Powell? Eternal God, we come to ask your blessings upon this meeting. Guide us and lead us that we may do the thing that may be pleasing to you. In Christ we ask. Amen.
Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will have approval of the agenda, but before that, we will hear from the county manager.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, the county has received a letter from Compute North regarding the public hearing number 2, which is labeled quasi-judicial hearing, Compute North LLC, Class 1 special use permit, and the letter is dated today, October the 18th. It's addressed to the Pitt County Board of Commissioners, care of our County Attorney, Ms. Janice Gallagher, and the subject is request for continuance of Class 1 special use permit hearing, Compute North NC08 LLC. It says, Dear Ms. Gallagher, Compute North would like to respectfully request a continuance of the quasi-judicial hearing on our request for a special Class 1 permit. And Madam Chairwoman, do we want the interpreter to interpret this for the
Yes.
audience?
Yes, please.
Spanish-speaking audience? So again, I'll just start the letter. So the letter the county has received dated October 18th.
Entonces se
recibió aquí en el condado una carta con la fecha de...
If you'll go to the podium, to the microphone.
She's mine.
Oh, you're mic'd. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dear Ms. Gallagher, Compute North would like to respectfully request a continuance of the quasi-judicial hearing on our request for a Class 1 special use permit.
Señorita Gallagher, Compute North respetuosamente pide que se continúe el caso en cuanto a la audiencia cuasi judicial para el permiso de uso especial.
That was originally scheduled to be heard by the Board of County Commissioners at the October 18th, 2021 meeting.
Esa audiencia estaba fijada para los comisionados para la reunión de la fecha de 18 de octubre.
Based on feedback collected at our open house event,
Basándonos en la información que recibimos en el evento que tuvimos,
we would like to take some additional time to engage with community members to share information
queremos tener tiempo adicional para dialogar con los miembros de la comunidad,
and educate those interested in Compute North
para compartir información y educar a los que tengan interés en Compute North
the proposed facility and project details.
en cuanto a la planta y también en cuanto a los detalles del proyecto.
We also want to engage with them on how we can become a valued member of the community.
Queremos dialogar con ellos en cuanto a cómo podemos llegar a ser un miembro que da valor a la comunidad.
We request the matter be continued until the board's meeting on November 1st, 2021.
Pedimos que se aplace este caso hasta la reunión de los comisionados en la fecha de 1 de noviembre de 2021.
Sincerely, Jeff Jackson, Vice President of Site Development.
Sinceramente, Jeff Jackson, vicepresidente de Desarrollo de Plantas.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, is it appropriate to make a motion to that? What'd you say? To make a motion to that effect, that we postpone this discussion and voting.
Could we have discussion of that?
Yes.
Until November the 21st.
No.
Or we're going to, okay, we're trying to approve the agenda.
So it would be Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes.
It would be, I would suggest to accomplish Commissioner Ward's statement, it would be a motion to remove item public hearing number 2 and postpone it until November 1st would
Okay.
be the motion. If that received a second, then that would have discussion, and then that would be voted on, and then you would then consider approval of your agenda with that.
With that preparation, okay. All right, I believe, Commissioner, I believe that's you're not in order right now. I believe, I lost my train.
So you have a motion, you would need a second to begin discussion.
Yes. We had a motion, Commissioner Ward, and was there a second? Okay,
Okay, the motion would, needs to include that November 21st, I guess.
November 1st.
November
First, I
1st.
meant, excuse me. And my original wasn't, so I'd make sure, I'd like to add that.
Commissioner
we'll
Perkins Williams
still
seconded it.
meet
Second
and
by-
talk about it.
second by Commissioner Perkins Williams. Right now, are you ready for the vote?
Would you
No,
have
we're ready for
discussion?
discussion.
We have discussion, okay, discussion. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from citizens. This has been dropped on them so suddenly. We have people that are prepared for this tonight. Seems to me to have been brought to us ill-advised. I'm ready to make a motion that we revert back and that we do away with what we did last time. But this is very distressing, what's going on right now.
So are we,
I think we can, what happens if we go ahead with the public hearing tonight?
If you do not grant the request for continuance, then you would move forward with
Okay,
the public
thank
hearing
you.
as you've had it scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
all right, so the motion before us is,
Did we hear from them anyway?
say it again.
If they signed up?
Madam Attorney, the motion before us is to,
Is to postpone public
Is to
hearing
postpone
item number 2 until
Two.
November 1st from your agenda.
yes, and that way we would not hear the public comments? Is that,
You would still have public addresses to the board, but your public hearing on this matter would then be postponed. So those folks who came would reserve those comments until your hearing on November 1st, if that was approved by the board.
Point of clarification. Are you saying that if we vote to hear it, a lot of people are here to hear this public hearing, is my understanding. So you're saying that we cannot hear it tonight?
If the motion and second that's on the floor passes, if you vote yes to the motion, then you're not going to start or hear anything related to the application for special use permit by Compute North
But
this
if it
evening.
doesn't pass, if it does
Until
not
November
pass,
1st.
then we can hear it.
Then you would hear it all on November 1st.
Okay.
If you vote no to the motion, to the motion that's on the floor, then you will proceed to have a hearing this evening.
And the folks who have signed up would be able to sign up, and we would just proceed with the public hearing.
Right,
Yes.
Thank you.
right.
okay. All right. Now we're ready. Any more discussion? Hearing none, we're,
So,
I believe, I'm not 100% sure if Commissioner Albright's was the substitute motion or.
No, I'm not making, I'm ready to vote on this.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
okay. The motion before us is that we would pull this from the agenda for tonight. And if we pull it from the agenda tonight, we would not have comments from the citizens who are present tonight.
It would be heard on November 1st.
It
It would be
on
heard on
November.
it, yes.
They could still
Everybody
speak, could
understand
they
that?
not? They could still
They
speak
can
during
still
public
speak if
comment,
they
I
want
believe,
to.
but it would not be pertaining to the public hearing.
Right,
Yes.
I believe they could still speak
They can
tonight.
still speak.
Yes, thank you.
to the public comment time.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. But we would not have the quasi-judicial hearing where they
Where
would
you
speak
can-
under oath
Right,
Yes.
thank you.
for the
Right.
hearing.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chairwoman Floyd Huggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
No?
Commissioner Colson,
No.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
no,
Commissioner Nunley,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
No.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
No.
Okay.
Motion fails 5-3.
Okay, so we will hear, it will stay on the agenda, and we will hear people comment during the public comment time. Public address to the board, and not to the hearing. They would.
No, you'll do it during, your hearing is on as originally planned.
Okay.
Unless there's another motion on the floor, now you just need to approve your agenda
Approve the agenda.
as
Okay.
it's prepared.
Can we move, one other, could we move the the Conley volleyball up?
No, they need, it needs to stay where it is.
Okay.
They're gonna be late coming.
Okay.
in.
They're playing a game, actually.
Okay, oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Motion to approve the agenda.
second,
Okay. Is there a second?
yeah.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we approve the agenda. Are you ready for the question?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright,
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes,
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. All right, at this time, we will have public address to the board. Mr. Manager, who do we have signed up?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, if we can ask the county attorney first to read our statement on public addresses,
Sure.
then we'll dive into this.
Yes, I'd be glad to. Pitt County welcomes comments on all matters of public concern. When you come up to speak, please state your name and address prior to beginning your remarks. Remember that all comments are to be directed to the board and not to any particular individual. Please keep all comments respectful. Profanity or personal attacks will not be permitted. Pursuant to the board's rules of procedure, I will keep your time at 3 minutes per speaker. If you're speaking for a group who is present, you may identify them, have them stand, and your time will be extended to 5 minutes to speak for that group, on behalf of the group. When you hear the timer indicate that your time is up, please conclude your remarks. You'll be called you'll be called up to speak at your appropriate time. And public addresses in total will be limited to 30 minutes.
Yes.
And just for clarification, since there was conversation early, public addresses may be on any matter of public concern, but there is now a special time on your agenda for those comments related to the Compute North special use permit hearing. During that public hearing, there are not time limitations. And so those comments would be best heard in that hearing, not during public addresses.
Okay, so you have 4 different categories of speakers tonight. First group of speakers are people who called in voting opposition on the concealed carry ordinance, who are against changing it. They just asked for the names to be read. That is Jonathan O'Quinn, Jim Keener, Dennis Campbell, Lars Larson, Tom Brown, Todd Leggett, and Roger Kemp. We then have received a petition signed by 253 individuals who've signed a petition that reads as follows. This petition is directed to the Pitt County to the Pitt County Commissioners to reconsider the merits of a fully engaged public constituting of those responsible citizens who are concealed carry qualified. And they reference ordinance number 4. The Second Amendment protects every law-abiding citizen in America. Demographically, people with a concealed weapon permit are statistically more law-abiding than police, which then makes them about the safest demographic imaginable. 90% of the murders are committed by people who illegally obtained the firearm. The people who obtained the concealed handgun permit have already passed a vigorous background investigation and are not the problem. This letter would not be necessary if the same degree of investigation were applied to candidates running for office, those illegally crossing our borders, or those who vote in elections. The Second Amendment makes more women equal than the entire feminist movement does. The 110-pound mother with a concealed handgun now has a chance against a 250-pound criminal wanting to abduct her in a parking lot. It comes down to logic and common sense. A law-abiding citizen with a concealed handgun makes this world a safer place for us all. Add the fact that we have 0 occurrences of concealed handguns being used illegally on Pitt County property. We are asking the Pitt County Commissioners to reconsider ordinance number 4 and leave it as it is presently written. So again, that's the petition signed by 253 people. We then have a third category of people who actually emailed the county, and there are a good number of these here. Actually, the written comments, we've got 26 different written comments, and that doesn't even begin to address the 13 people who are present that want to speak on this matter. So, Madam Chairwoman, can you advise me how you want to handle this? Do you want to just read the written comments within the 30-minute time frame? Do you want to exceed the 30-minute time frame, or how would you like to proceed? The people who did the written comments technically submitted their written comments prior to anybody signing up tonight, not saying that they're any more important, but just noting that fact.
Well, I think we should hear the ones who signed up to speak within the 30-minute period.
Could we read the names of the people that submitted
Yes.
written comments?
Yes, and still read those names.
And it looks like the column is checked as against, I guess, against changing it.
Yes.
So, and we can make these available to the board and to the public, yes, and enter them into the minutes if, yes, you would so direct.
Yes.
So again, these written comments by 26 people, these are as follows. Kenneth Soderstrom, Gary Brinkley, David Sparks, Devin Johnson, Roland Smith, Karen Dalzell, John Waters, Christy Searle / Styron Woods, Tony Allen, Jason Poole, Kendall Parker, Michael Talton, Doug Allen, Donna Wilson, Wanda Harrington, Amanda Branscombe, Rajay Patel, Michael Willis, William Cratch, Bill Brown, Gary Willis, Andrea Willis, Lawrence Babbitts, Frederick Farrell, Lynn Payne, and Josh Richardson.
Okay.
All right, then we're moving to the fourth category, and those are people who've signed up on the public addresses to the board to speak tonight.
Yes, so
So-
we'll hear those. And we will give them time, we'll stay within the 30 minutes time
So do
period.
you want to start your 30 minutes now?
Yes.
Okay. So first speaker is Bill Young. If you'll come forward and please give us your, state your name and address.
Just as a reminder, there's people in the overflow room and there's people outside, so it's gonna take a second if we wanna get maybe the first 5
Okay.
to come up.
So-
Madam Chair, I would like to have a number of how many are out there to add to these other numbers. So if we could send a police officer or somebody out there and count them?
Well, if the person coming could give us an account when they get here, that would be helpful, I think.
Madam Clerk, can you communicate with the deputy out there on that?
Out here.
Yeah. Do you have a walkie?
This is for the EOC, if they're down there, I'm asking them to come up.
Okay.
So you want a head count of how many people are outside in the EOC?
Well, let me read the first 3 names and see who we can get up here. We have Bill Young, Robert Garrett, or Joe McMillan. Any of those 3?
Robert Garrett, Joe McMillan.
Madam Chairwoman, would you like to have him proceed?
Yes.
He's number 2 on the list.
And so can you give, who the next one, and
Yeah,
maybe
the-
David can,
Then we have a Wade Smott, it looks like, and then a Jerry Fisher is number 4 and number 5. So if Mr. Garrett, if you'd like to come forward.
he's gonna send those names.
Again, if you give us your name, your address, and
I'm Robert Garrett. I live at 1686 Margaret Court. I've served my nation in the United States Air Force for 20 years. I currently teach Air Force Junior ROTC. I've lived in Pitt County for 11 years. I have a concealed carry permit, and I have never been charged, arrested, cited, or held for any law violation in my entire life. On October 6th, I submitted a Freedom of Information request to the Pitt County Sheriff's Department. My purpose was simple. I wanted to find out if any of our concealed carry owners, keyword if any, had committed any acts in our Pitt County government building that by your definition for your proposal were detrimental to the people's health, safety, or welfare. Please pay close attention. As of this very moment, ladies and gentlemen, I do not have any data from the Pitt County Sheriff's Department that would support some of your hypothetical scenarios for radical-driven gun control. None, not even one, from our Sheriff's Department. When our commissioners drafted this proposal, they wanted us, the law-abiding citizens, to believe that concealed carry owners pose an imminent threat to the safety and welfare of others. However, it's the criminals of Pitt County, not the concealed carry members who go through a very rigorous background check that pose a threat, ladies and gentlemen. As stated previously, I do not have any data from the Sheriff's Department that would support your agenda. Not one. And that was submitted through an official document. It was just a short time ago when I spoke to a board member about his stand on the Second Amendment. He defiantly stated, a board member, that he would not support the Second Amendment. His contentious words are a violation to the very oath of office that he took. And I'll remind you of your oath, that you solemnly swear to support and maintain the Constitution, not disagree with it, support it, of the United States and the Constitution and the laws of North Carolina. It comes as no surprise that some of this board would tolerate a member who violates a sacred oath. A sacred oath. I implore you, commissioners, please abolish this oath that you're infringing upon our rights. A little over a year ago, our town was subject to rioters who vandalized several buildings, including our courthouse.
Mr. Garrett, you need to
Please
wrap it
finish
up.
Yeah, she'll finish up.
Can I ask for a few seconds more, please, to finish?
She said to finish, yes.
Thank you. We haven't passed any laws or proposals to protect our people's health, safety, and welfare. So let me understand this. Some of our commissioners believe we should treat law-abiding concealed carry members as criminals and turn a blind eye to the true criminals. I ask you, please, humbly repeal this measure.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Garrett.
you.
Do we have Bill Young, Joe McMillan, or Wade Smoot?
Please, let's stay within the time because we have a lot of people speaking. And if we,
It's your decision, Madam Chair.
If you can state your name and address, please. And to remind you, you have 3 minutes.
Commissioners, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Can you state your name and address, please? Can you state your name and address, please?
Name is Bill Young. Address is Greenville. You want the full address? Okay. All right.
And can he take his mask down if he feels comfortable? We think you're safe behind that,
If that is only if you feel safe,
if
Yeah, I
you
can
feel
do
safe.
that.
because we want to hear what you have to say.
I can turn the volume up.
That's, thank you.
All right, I want to thank each one of you and Chair for allowing the public to come and speak tonight on this issue. I could go on for hours about what you're proposing, but I chose to pick 2 areas of concern. The first one is I went to great lengths to get the crime data for 2020, which was not an average year by any means. Most of us know that. And it appears that our nation has experienced a 5.6% increase in violent crime. And that includes a 29.4% increase in murders. So my question is, at a time when violent crime is high and the majority of the county commissioners want to make all the county-owned property a gun-free zone, as you know or should know, a gun-free zone opens the door for anyone that wants to do harm to a large group of people. Somewhere around 98.4% of all mass shootings occur in a gun-free zone or a restricted area. I don't think the county commissioners wants to do that. Criminals will pay absolutely no attention to any law that you pass. So if you're restricting anyone, you're restricting the law-abiding citizen. That supports you in more ways than you know. And second, the Second Amendment could not be any clearer. Most of you, when you took an oath of office, vowed on the Bible to uphold the Constitution. The right of the people shall not be infringed upon. In viewing this restriction as against my right to protect myself or my loved ones, if need be, think about it. Does it make any sense to have a right, and as soon as you step on county property, that right no longer exists? Because that's what you're proposing. So please reconsider the issue at hand. Don't change anything that would restrict the right of a law-abiding citizen with a concealed carry permit. Government control and gun registration isn't working. Never did. And because the other people that
Please
would
conclude
follow
your
the
remarks.
restrictive laws are the law-abiding citizen.
Thank
Just
you.
remember, the Second Amendment protects the right of the people to bear arms. Any effort to deny that right to you or me, that's the real crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Okay, next we have either Joe McMillan, Wade Smoot, Jerry Fisher, or David Anderson. If we could ask also Marcus Karachin if he could come to the hallway.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Wade Spall, and
Your
Not
time
gonna-
starts now.
my time starts now.
Mhm.
I'm not going to give you my address because I do worry about what's coming further. But I tell you, I'm a registered voter here in Pitt County, so that's all you need to know. I vote for every single one of you, so that's where I leave that. I promise you, I'm a voter here. One, I'm a retired veteran. Thought when I retired, I would have a lot more freedom, wouldn't have to be restricted, and it's been exactly the opposite this last 2 years since I've been gone, since I've been retired. And honestly, it starts here at the local level. I've spoke one time before at a meeting to express my stance against another ordinance that was proposed. It was in regards to firing a weapon after a certain hour. And now 6 months later, here I am, again, a law-abiding, again stating my disappointment with my local government, trying to enforce something on people who are law-abiding citizens instead of criminals. I, for one, I went to the, I'm gonna call it riot. It was not a protest. Fortunately, I left before the protest, and being a law-abiding citizen, I knew I couldn't carry my firearm, and I didn't. But I'm gonna tell you, I am glad I left because I was unprotected there, and it made me feel besides being in Iraq, it left me one of the most uncomfortable feelings I've been in a long time. Because one, I don't move quite like I used to. And I know the protest destroyed and damaged multiple buildings, multiple cars, and also we had to call in help from supporting agencies around the counties. So I don't know how many people were arrested, but I personally only heard of one that I seen in the newspaper. And from what I understand, he was carrying concealed weapons, and then he didn't even have a permit. So this shows you, criminals don't care. When I was there, and let me find my spot here. About him. You're criminalized citizens like myself who prevent me from. You're criminalizing citizens like myself instead of the people who commit crimes. Instead, they have lawyers that will represent them, there on the spot, ready to pick them up when a police officer comes to handle them, or get them out of jail immediately, which I don't have that. In another situation, I went to the courthouse, and what's next? This very pen I hold in my hand, they would not let me carry this into the courthouse because they consider this a weapon. But every single one of you, us, probably have a pen in your veterans, right? They consider this a weapon. And it's not nothing, it's no fancy pen, just a pen like you got. So you come after this, what's next? But before I leave, and I'll make it short, I personally, and I'm sure everyone else, I would like to see the hands of the people that did vote for this, so I can actually vote against it in the next election. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, and if I can ask the county attorney and clerk, how many minutes have passed on the clock?
We started at 6:20.
Okay. So next we either have Joe McMillan, Jerry Fisher, David Anderson. Can you give
Joe McMillan, Greenville. I'll be brief. My name is Joe McMillan. I'm here tonight on behalf of my family of 5. My daughter is 21, my sons are 26, and my wife and I. We're all legal concealed carry holders. We're all residents of Pitt County, and I'm also here as president of the Pitt County Wildlife Club on behalf of our almost 400 members to advocate that no change be made to Law Enforcement Ordinance Number 4 regarding legal carry of firearms being allowed on county properties. I think it's apparent that no more restrictions regarding legal carry of firearms will have any impact on someone who wishes to commit a violent act at a county facility. No decal on a door, no ordinance will prevent someone intent on doing harm from carrying out their actions. What greater restrictions will do is prevent a responsible citizen from protecting themselves and others in the event that this occurs. If one looks at the record, there's not one instance of a legally armed citizen perpetrating a violent act on a Pitt County property. What you will find are many cases, and this is just one instance, but as an illustration, of an employee or visitor that has a restraining order in place because of a domestic violence threat. This is all too common. Their only recourse is to be responsibly armed. If legal carry is denied to these women in particular and their co-workers and visitors to the properties, they'll be totally defenseless if someone comes and targets them at a county property. The Sheriff's Department does not have the manpower to be everywhere. As far as I know, there's only one officer currently assigned to county properties in general, one officer for all the facilities. That person has sick days, that person has days off, that person has training days. Can't be everywhere. So what I would say that having enough officers would just be obviously a ridiculous manpower request on the sheriff's department. It's untenable. So the first duty, in my mind, of all government, whether it's county, city, or national, state, whatever, is the safety of its citizens. And considering this primary duty, I advocate that no change be made in law enforcement ordinance number 4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Jerry Fisher, David Anderson, Marcus Carichin.
My name is Jerry Fisher, and I am a Pitt County resident. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed amendment of Ordinance 4, which will deny law-abiding citizens their constitutional right to carry carry defensive weapons on all Pitt County property. If Pitt County Commissioners approve this ordinance to ban firearms on all properties owned and operated by Pitt County, criminals with the intent to commit violent acts are receiving a written guarantee from the Pitt County Commissioners that all law-abiding citizens have been successfully disarmed by the Pitt County Commissioners, and that in the absence of law enforcement, those law-abiding citizens are therefore defenseless from violent acts on well over 300 Pitt County properties. I have attached a list created directly from the Pitt County Commissioner, I have attached a list that will be submitted with my statement for public record of 322 potential danger zones that will be created directly by the Pitt County Commissioners who vote yes in favor of this proposed amendment. If there are acts of violence committed on any of these properties in the future, and a concealed carry permit holder or victim becomes a victim, don't ever forget that you were the reason they could not defend themselves or the people around them. We all know that criminals are criminals by definition because they ignore the law and any ordinances that would stop them from committing violent acts. Simply amending Ordinance 4 does absolutely nothing to stop a person who intends to commit any act of violence. If criminals obey the law, why do we still have school shootings, workplace violence, and murders? They're all already against the law. Who will the proposed amendment most adversely affect? It will affect law-abiding citizens only. It's important to note that concealed carry permit holders are often very vulnerable people like my mother and my aunt, who are both over 70 and both of them barely 5 foot tall. There are also many victims of domestic abuse who live in daily fear, and their only comfort is knowing that that if their abuser attacks them again, that they have a way to defend themselves. These victims will be forced to leave their personal protection at home anytime they're going to visit county property. This is a moment of great exposure to anyone with an abusive stalker. Then there are people like me who carry. I don't carry really to defend myself. I carry because I don't know how I would live knowing that I was unprepared to defend some of you who plan to vote to restrict rights of other people and that you personally choose to be defenseless. Keep in mind that concealed carry permit holders are not random people. They've gone through background checks and a series of other steps defined by the state of North Carolina, and they were ultimately deemed fit to carry a weapon and certified by your very own Pitt County Sheriff before they received their permit. I submit to you that if you vote yes to amend the Ordinance 4, you are publicly expressing your lack of confidence in the concealed carry permit process, and ultimately you're expressing lack of confidence in your Pitt County Sheriff. My final question for all of you to ponder: if there's ever an active shooter situation on Pitt County property and you personally are present, are you willing to stand up and take a bullet to defend the people that you are proposing to disarm? I support your right completely to be totally defenseless. If you choose to be totally defenseless, that is your right, and I support you to do that. But it is not your right to force me or any of the other people here to be defenseless with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, are we still good on the clock, Madam Attorney?
Yes.
Okay. David Anderson, Marcus Carichin, or Greg Morrison, if you're here.
Good evening.
If you can give your name and address, please.
My name's David Anderson. I'm at 234 McCrae Street in Grifton. And I thank you for this opportunity to make these comments. I'm going to refer to Law Enforcement Ordinance Number 4 in my comments at LA4. And I have 3 points to make.
Pull your microphone down.
That better? Okay? As I understand from the minutes that I've read about previous meetings in August, the issue to change LE4 from its current language arose as a commissioner's discussion item following a staff discussion of the security of rooms in which the commissioners met. The vote on September 27th resulted in a decision that clearly exceeds the reason for the issue in the first place, that of concern for commissioner security in their meeting places. If the vote to prohibit concealed carry in all county buildings and property stands, the board will have gone beyond the intent of the matter from its outset. The vote to change LE4 did not come from the public, nor from the state, and in my view, it is an unwarranted leap from what the staff was concerned about. I can only assume that leap must have come from personal desires of certain members of the board, and that doesn't seem to be an appropriate origin for sound public policy. Point number 2, given the board's discussion leading up to the vote on September 27th, it seems prohibiting concealed carry is contrary to the needs and desires of the county staff. From the county manager's comments at that time, the county staff seemingly want that option as part of their personal self-defense, when on the job and/or leaving work after dark. If so, then changing the ordinance results in the opposite and does not meet the needs of the primary people it helps to protect, the county staff. Point number 3, during 27 years in the Marine Corps, I learned early on that you never issue an order you can't enforce. Trying to enforce this ordinance in its changed wording will be impossible without physical means of detecting that someone is concealing a weapon. And trying to do that in every county building and every piece of county property is patently impossible. Trying to develop that capability will result in unbearable cost in material and installation of detection systems, staff to conduct, monitor, and oversee operations of those systems, and new staff or third-party contracts to repair those systems when they break. Failing to implement, operate, or maintain trustworthy detection systems is a failure of having the ordinance in the first place. As well, since the impetus for this change was personal security of the commissioners' meeting locations, taxpayer funding for a county-wide implementation of county property is undeserved. I encourage the board to revote this issue and leave the ordinance on change. If you're truly fearful of your security in the places in which you meet, then add some additional precautions to the already existing armed deputies who are in those rooms with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Marcus Karashin, Greg Morrison, then Jerry McRoy.
Good evening, everybody. Marcus Karashin. We'll keep this very brief because we've already had so many good speakers tonight. Touched on everything pretty good. 2 issues. One issue, just a reminder that we still have our committee working on the monument issue. Put it back where it was illegally taken from. Y'all know we've been through this many a times. We're still working on it. Now, I did have somebody tell me something, well, there's no penalties for what's been done. And yes, there is laws out there. It's just like one is 18 U.S. Code 1369 that has fines plus up to 10 years imprisonment or both. So enough about the monument, though. Mainly here also because of, of course, the 2A that's being violated here. And I'm going to keep this brief too. I don't support them taking this away from us. It's not the commissioner's rights or anybody to go making up laws. Y'all are supposed to be representing the people, what the people want, and what's best for the people and everything. And it's shown time and time again, give an inch, a mile gets taken. Every time you turn around, something gets passed, it's baby steps, stepping stones to get bigger, bigger. Take something else, take something else, take something else. It happens every time. We just not long ago went to that gun ordinance thing. How many months ago? Here we are again with another gun ordinance. What's it going to be next time? Basically, you get it passed. Oh, we got that passed. Let's take something else. Let's push it through the county. Next thing you know, you got total gun control. You don't even have your guns anymore. It's just one thing after another. So no, I do not support what you're trying to pass over the 2A, taking away concealed carry. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Mr. Karashin, please take your poster.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, next, Greg Morrison.
Yeah.
Greg Morrison, Jerry McRoy, or Kenneth Jones. And Madam Attorney, where are we at in the clock?
You have until 51.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Morrison. I live in Winterville, North Carolina. And I would like to let you know that I'm a 25-year Navy retiree, nuclear submarines. I tell you that not to impress you, but to remind you that you gave several of us, thousands of us over the years, permission and the confidence and the trust to defend the United States of America. After I retired, I went through the process of obtaining my concealed carry permit. Rigorous process, a lot of training, they have to take the test, and I obtained it. So you have further endowed me with trust. So if you pass this ordinance, then you will take something away from me that I have worked to earn your confidence in. And I say me, but it's not just me, it's all the citizens who hold concealed carry. When I was going through the concealed carry process, my eyes were opened because, once again, it's a multiple day process, the gun range, the class itself, the test, and so forth, not to mention the expense of obtaining a firearm and obtaining your concealed carry permit. Okay. It occurred to me while I was sitting there that criminals are not going to do this. They're not going to give them a bunch of money and go to a class and sit through it and to obtain their concealed carry permit. They just go buy a weapon in the alley somewhere, or they steal them. So I wish for you to consider not passing this ordinance or for the concealed carry, and maintain the rights and trust you have placed in the citizens of this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have time for one more.
Okay, and the last one would be Jerry McRoy. There's 4 after that, but that's up to you, Madam Chairwoman. Jerry McRoy.
And I'm trying to get a number for how many people are left downstairs and outside.
Thank you for allowing me to get in and get situated.
Your sign is upside down, sir.
You don't want that, do we?
No, I didn't think
Thank
you
you,
did.
Mr.
I
Bennett.
didn't think you did.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for entertaining my comments tonight. My name is Jerry McRoy. You know that by now. And just so you don't forget, here's your sign about our Confederate monument. I don't intend to let this intolerant action perpetrated by 7 of you to be forgotten. My comments tonight are focused on the proposed change to Law Enforcement Ordinance Number 4. It deeply concerns me that your proposed changes will leave citizens and especially county employees vulnerable in certain situations. Neither of the proposed change options is acceptable. The only acceptable option is for the subject ordinance to remain as is. I am as concerned as anyone else about the rise in violence in our nation, but tonight my concern is for our local communities and citizens. As an elected official, your duties include acting in the best interest of constituents you serve. As a Pitt County citizen, I certainly consider my personal rights to be worthy of your solemn consideration. And yes, I consider my sheriff-supported concealed carry as a personal right. Last year, I attended a concealed carry weapons class and underwent the vetting process sanctioned by our Pitt County Sheriff's Department. My wife and I both became very deeply concerned at the amount of violence that was being perpetrated in the streets of our nation's cities. Completely innocent people were being attacked by thugs and hoodlums for absolutely no reason. If I am attacked by a bad person with bad intentions, at least I will be able to possibly defend myself from harm if I have my weapon with me. I feel you were prompted to propose changes based on your totally unfounded fear of public speakers at these commissioner meetings. If you fear citizens who come to these meetings to address you, that's beyond sad. You were elected to serve the people of Pitt County, and I ask that you do your duty to not only serve but also protect the citizens of our county by allowing vetted concealed carry citizens to remain protected in our county office buildings. I fully believe any change to the current language of Law Enforcement Number 4 would be a very serious mistake. If I were a county employee and a concealed carry option was not available in my workplace, I would feel vulnerable. If a bad person with bad intentions were to enter my workplace, I would be totally at their mercy. In such a scenario, if injury or death resulted, I or my survivors should hold you personally accountable. Any change to the current ordinance, in my opinion, would be self-serving and would say to the public, especially county employees, I am more important than you and care only about me and not you. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chairwoman, that's our 30 minutes. We do have 4 other people signed up. Let me read their names just to acknowledge they were here. We have
How many more?
4. A Kenneth Jones, Vic Corey, Minevera Freeman, and Ted Vanderford.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could. Scott, was there not also a 5th category county employees that also expressed that they did not want to see changes?
There were, I don't know if this clerk or the attorney has
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
a 5th category of county employees.
On the sheet, I think there were 3.
Okay.
What was his question? I'm sorry.
If there were county employees that expressed concern about the ordinance number 4 being amended.
Okay. I wonder, I mean, I don't know how everybody else feels, but if we've only got, is it 4 left? If we could give them the courtesy of hearing from them or not?
I mean, I would support that. There's just 4 more.
So would I.
And EMS has confirmed there's 10 people in the EOC, but all of those are for the quasi-judicial hearing, and there are 20 people outside, and I'm waiting to hear back if any of those are for public addresses.
Madam Clerk, did you say the ones in EOC was for quasi, and the ones outside you don't know?
Correct.
And the other 4 that's in the hallway, are they for concealed carry as well?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm willing to hear it.
I just think the 4 that are up here
It's
in the
just
hall,
4.
I would like to give them the opportunity, and they've been waiting.
Pursuant to your rules, that would be a
12 more
request to you as chair. It would be your discretion, and then your decision could be overturned by a supermajority of the board.
Okay. All right, we will allow the 4 to speak.
Okay.
And after that time period, and we will ask those 4 to please stay within the time allowed.
So we'll have Kenneth Jones, Vic Corey, Minevera Freeman, and Ted Vanderford. So if Mr. Jones will come forward, if you're in the hallway, or any of the 4, Kenneth Jones, Vic Corey, Minevera Freeman, Ted Vanderford. Any one of the 4 of you can come up at this time.
Yeah, just those 4. Yeah.
Sir, if you'll come to the podium and give us your name and address.
My name is Kenneth Jones. I just want to thank the commissioners for allowing me to be here, and thank God, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And one of the things I'm here for, basically, I wasn't sure about what was going on as far as firearms.
Could you pull your mic up, please, to your mic?
Pull the mic up towards you.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm here basically to find out more about the firearm permits and to find out whether the jurisdiction understands something about in the county, whether it refers to a building or just the whole county that is not permitted. I don't have answers. I need answers because I don't know exactly what it pertains to, whether it's the we can't carry a permit to carry, and you have a permit to carry, but you can't have it in the county buildings or something like that? Is it what is the buildings? Okay. Is there some kind of map or area where we can't go? And I understand that it's the people's building, so I mean, you have to really clarify.
Mr. Jones, Madam Attorney, would you briefly explain to him what this is all about, please?
Yes, let me stop your timer, even though you typically do not.
We'll stop your time. Just
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's stop, I don't know what I did, sorry. This ordinance, so currently the county ordinance allows individuals with a properly issued concealed carry permit to carry their weapon concealed on county properties. The proposal this evening will say that no deadly weapons, whether you have a concealed carry permit or not, will be allowed on county property.
Why is that changing, ma'am?
I can tell you what's happening. I don't answer the why question. I'm the attorney, not the legislator.
Yeah. So she's just going to tell you what the ordinance is about, and you can say, speak your opinion at this time. That's what's allowed.
Okay. My opinion is that why change the law if it's been working all this time? Does somebody get threatened? Or these are the people that carry, that have permits, are citizens that pay their taxes. And they don't bother anybody, and the reason why they carry is also self-protection, and I'm pretty sure most of them have not used it, otherwise they would be in prison. So that's the only thing, that's my opinion. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next, Vic Corey. Okay, Mr. Vanderford, Ted Vanderford. Then we have Vic Corey and Manera Freeman after that.
Thank you for letting me address y'all tonight. My name is Ted Vanford. I'm from Greenville, actually Farmville, kind of live in between. But my thing is, why are we doing something that's not going to stop a criminal from doing something wrong? You want to punish the law-abiding citizen, not the criminal. And the state has already got a law saying that we can take on public property, like school, parking lot, stuff like that. If the state would think that that was okay, I don't see why the county should rule against that. And plus, it's a Second Amendment issue. And that's all I had to say. Keep it short and sweet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, either Vic Corey or Manera Freeman.
My name's Vic Corey. I'm from Winterville, 65-year citizen of Pitt County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I stand for no changing of the ordinance. Many good comments have already been made asking questions as to why we were even addressing this ordinance at this time. I feel like that it's unbiblical to address this and to make our rights even less as concealed carry. And the reason I say that, I'm going to go ahead and invoke Jesus in this. There's two passages I want to share with you real quick. Luke 22:33 through 36. Jesus had just finished the Passover meal with his disciples, and he's telling them that he must go through his suffering. Peter said, "Lord, I am ready to go to prison with you and even die with you." But Jesus said, "Peter, let me tell you something. Before the rooster crows tomorrow morning, you will deny me 3 times that you even know me." Then Jesus asked them, "When I sent you out to preach the good news, and you did have no money, a traveler's bag, or an extra pair of sandals, did you need anything?" They all said no. "But now," Jesus said, "take your money and a traveler's bag, and if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one." He was sending his disciples out to build his church. Jesus Christ told his disciples that they were going to have to defend themselves from time to time against people who were armed, and they need to be able to defend themselves. Secondly, and even as Jesus said this, a crowd approached. This is when Judas was coming up to give him a kiss. And Jesus said, Judas, would you betray the Son of Man with a kiss? When the other disciples saw what was about to happen, they exclaimed, Lord, should we fight? We brought our swords. And when one of them struck at the high priest's slave and slashed off his ear, Jesus said, no more of this, and touched the man's ear and healed him. Obviously, from the reading of the above scripture, Jesus' disciples carried their swords with them at all times. Jesus said no more of this because he was here to fulfill his Father's will and to die as a sacrifice for yours and my sins. Think about it. The disciples could not say to the Roman soldiers, hey man, hold up just a minute. Give me an hour and I'll be back with my sword and then you can take Jesus. No, it don't work like that. I appreciate all these people in the hall, outside, downstairs. I think the people of America are waking up. We have sat back, we have slumbered, we have just allowed other people to take care of everything because we just want to watch who's on The Voice and who got lost and who's getting off an island, and we're not taking care of business. But it's time for us to take care of business. We elect people to take care and do the things that's in our best interest, and if you're not going to do what's in our best interest, we need to elect someone else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, lastly, I guess we cannot find Minerva Freeman, not downstairs or outside or in the hallway. Okay, Minerva
Freeman.
Minerva Freeman, if you're in the house, in the hallway, I think
She was in the hallway when we came.
here she comes. Okay.
Well, she can speak on anything she wants to
Speak on
speak on.
anything she wants to.
Oh,
Ms. Freeman, are you going to speak on the Compute North issue? Are you speaking on the Compute North issue? If I would suggest we hold off because we would want her testimony sworn in as part of the record.
That's right.
You can have a seat if you like. Okay.
all right.
All right, Madam Chairwoman, that completes
is-
the public address to the board segment of the meeting.
Okay, at this time, we will close the public address to the board. And we will start the public hearing at this time.
The public hearing on crazy, you need to probably say for it.
The first public
The
hearing
first one is on redistricting.
Yes. I believe James Rhodes, is he
just
stepped
went out.
I think he just stepped out for a moment. Is he coming right back in?
James Rhodes, if you can hear me, your item is up for redistricting.
Oh, okay, nobody signed up?
No.
Looked like he bought the posse.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We're back tonight following your September 27th public hearing on the redistricting plan that was presented the previous meeting. So tonight, after you advised us to re-advertise for a second public hearing at tonight's meeting, we're here to talk about both those plans, the first one that was presented earlier and the one that you directed us to present back to you tonight. So we'll do that, and we'll also go over the remaining schedule for the redistricting process. So again, just want to remind everyone that all this information is provided on our website, and it's listed on the screen right now in blue. And tonight we're going to talk about both those plans, the first one from September 13th, and then the second one that's going to be the first time that you've reviewed that in person tonight. So, just as a reminder, we're going through this process to meet the Constitution, the equal protection clause, and basically we need to try to achieve as equal a number of people per district as possible. There is, I'll say, a 5% rule plus or minus that we try to achieve in any case, and we've been able to achieve that on both the plans that you'll be presented tonight. So remember, we've got our new public law data, 2020 census data that was presented to us a couple of months ago, actually. And with that, our current population is 170,243 divided by your 6 seats. And so our perfect number, or our ideal number per district, would be 28,374, and you'll see that time and again. Remember, we have building blocks or census blocks to get us to those prescribed numbers. And those are the smallest geographic units that we're able to use in your redistricting process. So here are the numbers based off your current district lines, and we've talked about using that 5% plus or minus rule. We've got 3 districts that are out of kilter. Districts 2 and 3, both are lower than they should be. District 4 is well above that 5% range. So again, we brought back before you your working assumptions. Number 1, that equal protection clause, and that is basically handled through your 5 plus or minus ideal size categories. Your contiguous boundaries per NC general statutes, and then also Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, not to dilute your minority voting strength within our boundaries. Our secondary ones were to protect the incumbents, keep you within your current districts, compact districts, and then also attempt best we could to keep those existing voter district and precinct boundaries. I will tell you your September 27th district boundaries, we weighted more heavily the existing voter district boundaries and keeping those intact. So just a quick reminder of where we were with the September 13th plan. Very close to the ideal, both above and below. We did retain our 2 majority-minority districts, those being districts 1 and 2. And then also, we felt like each of the districts were compact in nature, and we were able to retain all of you within your current district boundaries. So, these were the changes. I'm not going to go point by point through each one tonight, but the area in red shows changes between 4 of those districts, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Not surprisingly, all centered around Greenville, where a lot of growth is occurring. Also, smaller area in the Winterville area that was also transferred over. So that was your original plan. We talked about that in 2 previous meetings. And again, very close to our ideal numbers, and those 2 majority-minority districts still over 50%. That's your first plan from September 13th. On to your new plan as directed after your first public hearing. Does meet your working assumptions. A little bit larger deviation, both plus and minus, from your ideal numbers. We did retain your majority-minority districts, compact districts, and again, just as a reminder, we retain more of those existing voter district boundaries from before. So, this deviation, again, for District 2 is 2.2. Remember, that's one of our majority-minority districts, and that 50% range is still intact there. In this particular case, this is similar from what you saw with with our first redistricting plan. We removed this small area from downtown to the railroad track over to District 3 And that went from District 2 again to District 3. So a hard and fast line along the railroad track downtown Greenville. Other areas also were removed from District 1 into District 2. Remember, District 2, north of the river, lost population. So we had to grow southward and pick up other minorities to retain that majority minority district. So we're moving further south, just south of 5th Street here, and then also west of Memorial Drive, pretty much out close to the Southwest Bypass. All that going into District 2 from District 1. Then to make a better line, remember we've had new blocks established, census blocks, since 2010 because of new features such as the Southwest Bypass. So this makes a nice smooth line along the Southwest Bypass. So that area also is going into District 2. Back to District 1. Lost this area. Also lost the area along or downtown Greenville, went into District 3, and a small area just to the west of Elm Street also goes into District 3. That is similar to the previous plan. Also, this is similar to the first plan where this area was removed from District 4. This is West Haven, Sterling Point, heading southward on Memorial Drive. That area removed from District 4 into District 1. District 3, we've already been through, picked up an area in downtown, picked up those areas from District 2. I'm sorry, from District 1. Okay, on to District 4. That area was removed. We've already talked about that. That went into District 1. This area was added into it from District 5. District 5 was over. We had to remove area. We had to backfill District 4. This is the area that was taken in. And again, that area removed from District 5, that was the only adjustment to District 5. District 6, based off commissioner input, remains intact. It was only 1.5% above the ideal range. So, just some highlights again, 2.2 above, 2.4 below as far as deviations. The majority minority districts are also kept intact. And your proposed timeline from there. I will go back. Any questions about the September 27th plan? That was from input we received either individually from you as you came by to review the original plan or from the last public hearing. Any questions? Okay, on to your proposed timeline tonight. Another public hearing on this.
I think you may have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Nunley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Now, we've got, and I guess it kind of ties into the timeline, but discussion with some constituents, certainly not to say that it's a settled matter, but I wondered if we could potentially explore ways to diversify and maybe balance voting representation on this board, north and south of the river, a little bit. I think just something would like to explore, if possible, if we could, for consideration on moving forward. If that's something that planning feels is we could do to consider. Certainly not to make a decision on it one way or the other, but just to consider that from planning standpoint to see if we could take from currently right now, I think voting representation on this board north south of the river 7-2, south of the river 7, north of the river 2, and the goal being to balance that somewhat so we have 5 voting members south of the river and 4 north of the river. If there's a way that we can do that without upsetting any other balance, I'd like, if planning, if you could take that into consideration, I would like to see that.
That's certainly doable, Madam Chair, if the board directs us to do so, and especially if we receive other public hearing input tonight, we may well need to bring an additional plan or more back for your considerations. So my suggestion then would move on to the public hearing, and we can have more directives to planning staff and legal staff if you'd like after the public hearing. But before that, just like to mention, we are on a tight time frame.
Okay.
We're moving toward hopefully an adoption date at your next meeting. Your very last opportunity would be your November 15th meeting to meet the state requirements. So that is your last and your alternate adoption date. So with that, Madam Chair, I've heard some comment already. If you'd like to go ahead with the public hearing, we're welcoming other comments as well.
Yes, we will now open the public hearing for the redistricting of commissioners.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, there's nobody signed up unless there's somebody here tonight who did not sign up who'd like to speak.
Do we have anybody in the audience who did not sign up to speak about the redistricting?
I think they're checking with the audience outside and possibly downstairs.
Clarification. This is the one we know that exists. What Chris is talking about is not a part of this.
What Commissioner Nunley was asking about is not incorporated in the September 27th plan. So it will be another plan to be brought forward.
Thank you.
Doesn't seem that we have anybody outside. The deputy, of course, the deputy has not come back. No one? Okay. So we will close the public hearing for the voting redistricting of the voting district for commissioners. Okay. And now we will have discussion from commissioners or give you directions. Mr. Rose? So, Commissioner Nunley, you want to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, Mr. Rose, what I would like to just explore is the potential for, as District 2 and the proposed maps came further south, would like to see about if there were a possibility of a leg up into north of the river, which would involve my district and Tom's district, going over there. And certainly there's a lot to consider. Anytime you've got a really natural boundary there with the Tar River, there's a lot to consider and probably a lot to think about from the various commissioners about whether, but I think it would be beneficial to have a hard copy map to consider on that, and allow time. I think we've got sufficient time to think on that if you could get that out to us, and so we could consider it as a potential for the November 1st. And of course, as all discussions and matters of thought, it just that, and if it looks to be something that our board is not amenable to, certainly any member that would be affected by it, just kind of pull back on it. But I would like to see that and to consider it formally.
And Madam Chair, would it suffice then if planning staff is able to develop that, just post it to the website, and then you'll have access to that as well as the public? And we can certainly provide hard copies to those that might want to have those as well.
Madam Attorney?
If I could add, we can certainly create an additional map and make it available to you. There would not be an additional public hearing on that map. When you view that map, when it comes back the next time, that's your opportunity to approve it.
Yes.
Now,
Is that?
Or approve one of the maps, anyway.
you said when we view that map, that would be the time for us to approve it?
No, when it comes back on November 1st, you will have had access to that map in advance. There will not be an additional public hearing at that time, but you'll have an opportunity to discuss the 3 maps that have been presented and then vote on one of those maps for your redistricting plan.
And what would the vote have to be? Will it be the 5, 4, 6, 3, or what?
It would have to pass by a majority.
A simple
5 votes.
majority?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Just a minute.
And I will say this. I will say this in open session. I think that because District 2 would be affected by this proposal, I feel like it's important that Ms. Perkins-Williams has time to consider that, and I think that's why a formal map would be beneficial. And I will withdraw. I will not ask that it be considered if the commissioner and her constituents feel like that would not be a beneficial move. I'll say that in open session.
Or do you want me to express it now?
Well, I'd like you to think about it. I think it would be nice to think about.
Think-
Long-term structural.
Have you looked at it?
A few minutes ago.
Briefly.
But my opinion about it, Mr. Rose, I did go in twice to look at the redistricting. And what I approved then is what I approved. And that's what my position on it. I've not changed. I like the fact that it's a clear distinction of the area where the voters, they are used to it, they are familiar with each other, they are voting together, they confer with each other, and that I like. The reasoning I heard is not a reasoning that I agree with. The reasoning that I heard is so that there will be more commissioners living in the area in question in District 2 than they are now, then there will be support. My comment is that it's not where you live that calls support. This board does not vote with the district because they don't vote with the district. Where you live have nothing to do with our voting as boards of commissioners. You vote your commission based on how you feel, not because of where you live. And to me, changing that is not gonna cause any commissioner to change how they vote about District 2. It's basically a rural area, highly multicultural, of people of like interests. They are familiar with dealing with each other. They understand the culture of each one there. So for that reason, I support that, but not change it because there will be more commissioners living in District 2. It's not a matter of how they vote, because basically most of the things that impact District 2 are things that District 2 want. This board votes against it. We've had one opportunity for commercial development. I was the only one that voted in favor of that, and the rest of the boards voted negative. So that's not a good reason to change the district. I'm satisfied with how it is. But if the public or the constituents, because I have not had a chance to express or share it with them, they need to know. They need to make the decision because I'm with them. They elected me, and that's where I stand.
So, Commissioner Perkins-Williams, let me be sure on your position on this. Or are you saying that you are not in favor of looking at looking at a different drawing of the map from the 27th?
Yes, because of the reasoning.
Well,
That's not a reason
let's talk
to
about not the
change
reason, but which way are you voting? Because
I like it like it
Nunley-
is. I think I started out that way.
Commissioner Nunley wants you, because it affects your district, before he move forward with his idea, he wants to be sure that you, because it involves your district, that you are for it or against it, whichever way you.
I went along with Commissioner McLaughlin and Commissioner Huggins when they wanted to make certain changes and adjustment. That was fine. But this is a third change for this district, and I'm not supported.
Okay. Okay. So
Is that clearer?
Yes, that's clear.
I like what I said to Mr. James. I talked openly in the, what was that, hearing or consultation or whatever, in the working process or whatever it was. And in my opinion, I felt that the community it is a community of interest. We like the farmers we have. They understand me. We communicate. We like the culture, the various cultures. We communicate. I understand we express opinion with each other. We communicate. And we come together on what we think is good for the district, for the families. For the families.
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner Perkins-Williams. Commissioner Albright, I believe you were next.
Yes, and I apologize. This might have been clarified, and I appreciate the report. But while I was out of town and reviewing materials, there was a communication, I think, from Winterville questioning division of that town. I think that's a school or board, but I hope I'm not confusing this issue too much. But there was a letter in our packets asking that Winterville not be divided in voting, and I don't think I'm asking: are they divided in our district, or is that school board we're talking about?
They are currently divided 3 ways in your current voter districts and remain 3 ways with the new proposals.
And that is a concern with I believe it was the mayor of Winterville that expressed that concern. So I am addressing that, bringing that concern to you, and wonder if there's a way to address that.
Does that impact what we're talking about right now?
No. It could impact a number of things. Again,
shifting around.
Just going by one of your working assumptions to retain as much as possible those current boundaries. If we try to shift all of Winterville into one district, that town in and of itself will make up at least half, if not more, than one district. So,
I don't know that I'm suggesting that. I'm passing on a concern, and I would be glad to hear reasons for that, and that is a reason, I believe. And people, that's not my district. I'm just passing on this concern and hoping that it can be addressed.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Albright. We all got that letter. They sent the same letter to the school board, and they sent the same letter to the General Assembly. So the same letter went to every group that's being redistricted. And because, as when Mr. Rose explained it to me, that because of the number of people in Winterville, and that's where we have to draw from in order to make up our 6 districts. You know, it's impossible not to divide Winterville.
I think the explanation was good.
Well, we could do it, but it will substantially change your district.
I'm not asking it to be done on the basis of one person having asked. I'm trying to get clarification. I think you've given a reason for it being as it is.
Yeah. Commissioner Ward, I believe you.
I think you expressed exactly what I was going to say.
Okay.
That leaving it like it is that it was done for many different reasons back when it was done. I don't know how long it's been this way. James,
at least the last voter district plan, and prior to that, I can't really tell you.
Yeah, it's been a while since, and it's worked it works better than making that all in one district. That's
Yeah.
a very populated area.
Yeah, it is very populated and continues to grow. So that's where we have to pull numbers from. That's what Mr. Rose explained to me when I talked with him on it. So we are now at going forth with what Mr. Rose.
Yes, Madam Chair. The directive I'm looking for is whether we need a third proposal to come back next time, or if you're satisfied moving forward to the vote next time with the two that are already there.
Madam Chair, I move that we go forward with the two that we currently
I
have.
second it.
Okay. It's been moved and second that we go forth with the two that we have. And you want two rather than one?
Madam Attorney.
This board can specify if your preference is the September 27th map, as it's stated, because that incorporates the revisions from the first public hearing. You might want to consider modifying your motion to say move forward with the September 27th map, and then that one map will come forward for your
I
approval
so
next
modify
meeting.
my
Yes.
motion.
And I accept that as a second.
Not question. I have a question.
Oh, okay. Right now, we have, you accepted the modification, and then we're at the question stage. Mr. McGlaughlin, Commissioner McGlaughlin?
I think I hear clearly that Commissioner Nunley has stated that he's okay if we can move forward with this, that he's not, critical, and Commissioner Perkins-Williams stated the same. So I think that we are in good taste to move forward in terms of what we have.
Okay. Commissioner Perkins-Williams?
My question is to Mr. Rose. Because this is, I'm trying to understand which map that we're talking about. Was it the very last one we discussed in the session of the last time
Yes, ma'am. It is the one that you referred to
The last
earlier
time.
with the changes between District 1 and 2. Your district along with.
that I accepted adjustments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're now ready for the question. Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes?
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins-Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
And just for clarification, that motion was,
Move
The
forward with
27th.
The map presented on September 27th.
was that to adopt it or bring it back?
To bring it back on the first for
Okay.
adoption.
For adoption.
I was trying to get greedy. Thank you.
No, you were just trying to catch
Well,
Janice and
that's
see
what I
if Janice
thought I
was
was
the.
voting on.
Mr. Rose, I want to make sure the last map that you gave, because they're listening, and I want the community to know, was that the map that you gave me last is the one that we're talking about tonight?
Yes, ma'am, and it's labeled September 27th.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to make clarification for the public.
Okay, all right, we'll move forward.
You can, although, Madam Chair, there is nothing that prevents the board from adopting that September 27th map now by another motion, if you wanted to adopt it tonight, since there was no changes, or you could bring back and adopt it on the 1st.
What is the board's pleasure?
I'd like to make that
I'll entertain a
if it's
motion.
possible.
Beg your pardon?
I'd like to make that motion that we go on and adopt it, because there's not been any.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we adopt the map for September 27th. Are you ready for the question? Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes?
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins-Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
James, your greed has been satiated.
Thank you, Board and Madam Chair.
You're welcome. So you can sleep tonight, that you don't have to. Now we will move to the next public hearing, which is the quasi judicial hearing. Mr. Manager?
I'll turn it over to Mr. Rhodes for this special use permit hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Manager. We do have one item, a zoning item that deals with a quasi-judicial hearing tonight. And we'll go through a number of parameters up front just to acquaint or remind you of how this particular hearing needs to be held. This is a quasi-judicial procedure. We have a special use permit that will be considered tonight. This is a Class 1. Remember, with all our revisions and amendments to our zoning ordinance back earlier this year, we've got Class 1s and Class 2s. Class 1s come to you.
Mr. Rose, will you hold just a minute?
Yes, since we're starting the preliminary comments for this hearing, if there are others who are parties to the hearing that want to be in the room, this would be the time to have them present. I know we had some in the overflow room, and I didn't mean to interrupt, but I didn't want to go forward if we needed folks present for the hearing that were not present for the hearing. And we're going to let our interpreter.
How many people do we have signed up to speak?
Well, and I was really referring to the petitioner.
I think these are.
Right, is there?
Should we have them?
Wait, Jeff, hold on. You can't fill this room up with people.
Hold on.
Those are all with the, those are with the.
Do we want the whole petitioner here? I know you were.
Let me.
If we could ask anybody in the room who is not staff or public, if you're not on this agenda item, if you could wait in the hallway or downstairs in the OC, where there is a TV monitor set up outside of the front of the building.
And especially if you have already, if you spoke already. If you spoke already, that would really help us a lot.
Kelly Andrews, if you'd like to go in the back. Kelly Andrews, you could go in the back if you like.
She can go back here.
Behind the dais, back here.
Can Mike go back there too?
Yeah, Mike Taylor could as well. Dr. Silvernail.
Staff back here.
Behind the dais and the.
You can't go away. In the closet. Okay, while we're doing that, I'm going to take a 2-minute break.
Do you want to announce that?
While Mr. Rose,
Yes, ma'am.
while we're getting that, getting everybody in who we can get in, I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for the fun and games?
Thank you. We are about to resume our meeting. And at this time, we are going to recognize, put on my glasses. Where is it?
D.H. Conley Valley,
Yeah.
person,
Where is it?
number 9.
Number 9?
No.
Okay, we're going to recognize D.H. Conley.
And Madam Chairwoman, did you also want to ask the audience if there was anybody in the audience who is non-English speaking that would need a Spanish interpreter, not for this item, but for the Compute North item, if they'll let one of the deputies know, so we can know whether we need to engage that service or not of interpreter. If not, we do not plan on using an interpreter. So while we recognize D.H. Conley girls varsity volleyball team, if we can sort that out, Deputy Allen, and then we will come back to that,
Do you
that
want me to
question.
state that in Spanish for those who don't understand?
Yes, that'd be great.
Entonces, si hay alguien aquí presente esta noche,
Madam, if you can get your mic, okay.
si hay alguien aquí presente esta noche que iba a hablar en cuanto a la audiencia cuasi judicial y necesita intérprete, si nos pueden dejar saber, por favor. Si van a necesitar de mis servicios o no.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, we're going to recognize the D.H. Conley varsity volleyball team, 3A state champions, and we will have the deputy let them come in at this time.
Chairwoman, stand here.
Did you all have a game tonight? That's what I.
Madam Chairwoman, we have a resolution prepared, if you'd like me to proceed in reading it.
Please do.
And we have certificates as well to award. The resolution is entitled Pitt County Board of Commissioners, Resolution of Recognition honoring the D.H. Conley varsity volleyball team. Whereas the 2021 D.H. Conley varsity volleyball team played volleyball with remarkable success and dignity as representatives of Pitt County and the state of North Carolina. Whereas the 2021 D.H. Conley varsity volleyball team won the 3A state volleyball championship by beating Cox Mills 3-0. And whereas the Conley varsity volleyball team GPA during the 2021 season was 3.752, and many players were named North Carolina High School Athletic Association Scholar Athletes. Whereas the players, coaches, and families of the 2021 Conley varsity volleyball team deserve congratulations for their time, effort, and resources they committed to, quote, going all the way in winning the 3A state volleyball championship. The 2021 volleyball team is composed of the following members: Olivia Dees, Casey Dale, Haley Jackson, Alyssa Thomas, Sarah Dees, Maddie May, Ashlyn Philpott, Carson Corey, Caroline Dobson, Kayla Silver, Olivia Lefevre, Lily Bennett, Ella Philpott, and Arena Crumpler. The volleyball staff were the head coach, Jennifer Gillikin, assistant coach, Jana Bullard, assistant coach, Ross Whitfield, manager, Brian Gillikin, scorekeeper, Lee Askew, scorekeeper, Colleen Ruffton, and athletic trainer, Jacob Trundle. It then reads, now therefore it be resolved, the Pitt County Board of Commissioners does hereby recognize the outstanding achievements of the 2021 Conley varsity volleyball team and congratulates the players, coaches, and families for bringing the state volleyball championship to Pitt County, North Carolina. Adopted this 18th day of 2021 by the Pitt County Board of Commissioners, signed by our chairman, Ann Floyd Huggins, and attested by our clerk, Kimberly W. Hines. So, would you present that?
Okay. So you all want to see it? We want to present this to the head coach.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
And we have certificates for the players. I realize a number of them are not here tonight, but we'd like to recognize all the players. And if I can pass these to one of the coaches, if the players are not here. Olivia Dees. Okay. Casey Dale.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And to let you know, it says certificate of appreciation is awarded In this case, Haley Jackson for participating as a player in the 3A North Carolina State 2021 Volleyball Championship, presented by the Pitt County Board of Commissioners on this 18th day of October 2021. Haley Jackson. Okay. Alyssa Thomas. There you go. Congratulations. Sarah Dees. Maddie May. Ashlyn Philpott. Carson Corey.
Thank you.
Caroline Dobson.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kyla Silver. Lily Bennett. Olivia Lefevre. Ella Philpott. And Arena Crumpler. And we have certificates for the coaches and staff. Okay. Jennifer Gilligan. Congratulations. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Jana Bullard. Ross Whitfield.
Thank you.
Ryan Gilligan. Lee Askew. Colleen Ruffton. And Jacob Trundle.
Thank you.
Well, on behalf of all the citizens of Pitt County, and as we have said already, county commissioners, we thank you, we appreciate you, and we want to congratulate you for your championship. I believe you had a game tonight, did you?
Yes.
Did you win?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you like to have some words from the coach?
We just had a remarkable season last year. It was one of the most challenging seasons, dealing with COVID and being the first sport to get to play. But our team was a very special group. They really appreciated being able to play every single day and just enjoyed it, and I'm very proud of them all.
Amen.
Thank you again. Congratulations again.
Congratulations.
All right. We are back now to the quasi-judicial hearing, and Mr. Rose is coming up. This is a very, very special type hearing, and that is why you saw us talking among ourselves, trying to make sure that we follow the rules and everything. So our attorney will be giving us some guidance to move forward with. Attorney Gallagher.
Now, yes, thank you. And Mr. Rhodes will also briefly review quasi-judicial procedures in the beginning of his presentation, as he does for all of your quasi-judicial proceedings. But just want to stress to the board, as we do in all of these types of hearings, that in this instance, normally you sit as a legislative body. This evening, you're sitting as a type of court in a way. And so it's very important that you hear the evidence that's before you. It'll be sworn evidence, that you consider only the evidence that's before you in making your decision this evening. So for quasi-judicial hearings, that's important, and I know you're familiar with the term ex parte communication. That's communication that happens outside of this hearing. To the extent any of you have had or heard anything about this proceeding outside of this hearing, you're not to rely on that this evening, and if you feel as if you've heard something that makes you unable to fairly evaluate the hearing tonight, then you would want to step aside and not deliberate or participate in the decision this evening. If you feel that you have but can fairly hear the hearing tonight, you may wish to disclose any communication that you may have had and then proceed forward. James will go over some of the other particulars of that, but I just wanted to stress to you, since this issue has gained such attention in the community over the last week, and we are such a small community, to just impress upon you the sanctity of a quasi-judicial hearing. You are now sitting as if you were in a quasi-fashion holding court. Your witnesses will be sworn, you'll hear and take that evidence, and then you'll make a decision that will be reduced to writing in an order. Here to answer any questions or guide you through the process as necessary.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Rose?
Chair, Madam Attorney. We do have a special use permit under consideration tonight. As I've mentioned, we have two different classes. Class 1 special use permits comes before this board for consideration, whereas Class 2 goes before the Board of Adjustment. With this, Janice has already mentioned most of these items, but just to recapture a few, this is a hearing, an evidentiary hearing, where we're here to establish facts on this particular case, this particular request for special use permit. All witnesses will be under oath, and our clerk will handle that. Evidence. Testimony must be supported by relevant, competent material evidence, and you'll hear us from time to time mention experts, people in the field, people that know the particular subject matter that's before you. There'll be a detailed record of this hearing. Janice has mentioned about ex parte communication. There are written findings of fact, and reasons for disapproval, if there is a disapproval, need to be in writing. Any decisions of, any appeals of your decision will go to Superior Court. So with that, I'll ask the clerk if she will at least swear me in, and I believe given the way that we'll be operating tonight, we will have smaller groups being sworn in, or even individuals as they come up. So this is your staff report for tonight. This is also included in your agenda package. The information that I'll be going over will be an abstract of what you have in your package. It's a rather large package for tonight, so if there are any questions, please let me know. The request is from Compute North, NC08, LLC. This is a Class 1 special use permit for a data processing facility, also a large-scale data processing facility. We have two parcels that are involved. One is owned by Strata Land Holdings. Another is with William Brown and John Brown et al. In the Belvoir Township. And we'll show maps in just a minute to orient you as to where this site is located. This site is not unfamiliar to you, for those of you that have been on board for a while. This is the site where we had a consideration for another facility, actually a solar energy facility or solar farm, about 7 years or so ago. It was approved. However, no construction started within the amount of time necessary for the permit to remain valid. So in other words, that permit is now voided and has expired. Just to reorient you as to what your action to date has been associated with this particular type of use, at your September 27th meeting, you did approve an amendment to and based on a request by Compute North to add this particular use that's under consideration tonight to our zoning ordinance. It's a relatively new zoning or relatively new land use. We did not have this in our zoning ordinance. That is not uncommon. We've been through that a number of times, whether it be with telecommunication towers, whether it be with solar farms. We've had to add land uses as new land uses might become more apparent in our vicinity. We also, just to remind you, there were a number of development standards that went through this process. Planning staff reviewed what other communities had in zoning ordinances that had already dealt with this particular land use, and we drafted development standards for your consideration, and those were adopted as part of that amendment process last time. So the site in question, the southern boundary here is Martin Luther King Boulevard. This is the interchange right here with NC 33. This is a large mining operation that was approved by the board a year or so ago. And again, to orient you, just to the northern corner of this is Belvoir Elementary School. The area bounded in yellow is the proposed site. It is portions of two different parcels that I've mentioned. You can see the parcel line here in black, another one here. This portion over between NC 33 and the Strata property, this is the Brown property. That's about half the size, 24 acres in total, close to half the size of the site that's being developed. The remainder on the Strata property with the access going out to Belvoir School Road. This is our land use plan, and a portion of the Browns property is actually shown as commercial, given the interchange there with Martin Luther King Boulevard. The remainder is actually in the rural residential / agricultural district. As far as adjacent land uses, those existing land uses in that area, substation, these brown areas, substation here, that's the Greenwood Utilities electrical substation, a communication tower here. The areas in gold are residential lots. The blue area is the Belvoir Elementary School in institutional use. And also these gray areas are two sand mines that have been approved by the board in the last decade or so. The remainder of the area is basically undeveloped or in agricultural use. And this also, just to show you this last color, the city of Greenville's extraterritorial jurisdiction is just off to the eastern side. So here's what was developed for this particular use and adopted by the board at last month's meeting. We added this section to our zoning ordinance for a large-scale data processing facility. We have minimum setbacks. I will tell you those are more extensive than what was proposed originally, because staff felt like this needed to be set back from property lines additionally. So 50-foot setbacks. Maximum height of 35 feet for any equipment or structures. And this site plan, and I'll go through the site plan in a minute and show you a lot of the information that's required on that. Those structural requirements, not surprising, meeting the building code. Also, any new facilities for electrical service should be underground. There is a provision also for ensuring that we can get emergency vehicles on site as needed. Fencing and screening is necessary. Signage is addressed, and if, just like with solar farms, if it's inactive for a year, it has to be removed from that site. That is a requirement. Okay, the site plan. And I know this is very small given the large nature of this site with 24 acres being developed. You'll see two different screens on this. This is the Strata property first, and this is the one that leads out to Belvoir School Road. This is the entire property. The front portion of that, this is Belvoir School Road right here, Martin Luther King Boulevard on the opposite side. This is an access road that leads back to the current substation. That will also be used for a warehouse facility that's going in. Substation here, warehouse facility being proposed here. You can see the road network leading to a parking lot, and then other improvements as far as this access road leading on through this particular parcel. There's an additional proposed substation there on site. And these are the containers. These are the containers that you've heard or possibly heard us discuss at the last meeting, where the computing equipment is housed, and it also, in most cases, is going to have a large fan for cooling purposes, at least on one end of those facilities. All total in this site plan, there will be 89 of these particular containers proposed. So along with that, our zoning ordinance does have a highway corridor overlay district. It does apply to Martin Luther King Boulevard, and in turn, you're getting additional highway buffers along that corridor, not only adjacent to the corridor, but even on the northern side, because this corridor, this overlay, covers 1,000 feet outside of the road right-of-way. So this is the buffer yard in blue. There is some existing vegetation on site, and the group is proposing to retain a significant portion of that. There's additional vegetative screening along Martin Luther King Boulevard on the Strata property, and then moving over to the Brown property. This is an area, a portion of the overall parcel that's being developed or proposed for development. There's an access road that also goes out to NC 33. A proposed septic system easement with the warehouse, that's an office facility. We'll have wastewater generated from that site. Septic system and a repair area will be required. Those are the proposed container sites on the Brown property. There again is your 50-foot buffer along the highway corridor associated with Martin Luther King Boulevard. And this is the area, the line that is closest to Belvoir Elementary School. So that particular line, use line, will have a property line buffer of 20 feet. There is some existing vegetation there, so the gaps will need to be filled in as shown here on the map. And there's also additional trees and screening along NC 33 to go along with that. So you have 4 criteria that you'll be looking at tonight, and the board must deny the permit if it concludes that the development as proposed at the hearing and in its proposed location, more probably than not, 4 criteria. Will it materially endanger the public health or safety? And the response here is staff's professional response to these particular criteria based off the information that's been provided and based on the development standards that this board has adopted. The proposed use is a large-scale data processing center, and with that, the facility will be surrounded by a number of improvements, including a security fence, and all equipment will be set back a minimum of 50 feet and at least 100 feet from any residence. The equipment will not generate any harmful odors or emissions. This, again, based off information provided, and the applicant is proposing to mitigate any noise generated to meet the requirements of the Pitt County noise ordinance. And just recall, that ordinance is administered through the sheriff's office with trained individuals that carry that ordinance out. That is not handled as part of the zoning enforcement. Another criterion will substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. The directly adjoining properties are primarily wooded or agricultural. There is an existing substation and cell tower. We've shown those. Sand mines are located in close proximity as well. And the facility will be screened from nearby residences, and noise generated by the facility, again, will be mitigated to meet the requirements of the noise ordinance. It will not be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. Staff's response to that, the area is in which the facility is to be located is predominantly agricultural, with a few residential land uses located to the north, to the side across Belvoir School Road. In addition, there are several sand mines located in close proximity. The nearest residence is over 1,000 feet from the facility. Belvoir Elementary is approximately 2,000 feet from the facility. The facility will be screened and will meet the requirements of the noise ordinance. And then finally, it will not be in conformity with the land use plan, thoroughfare plan, and other plans adopted by the commissioners. We believe that this site is in conformance with our comprehensive land use plan. Even a portion of it is proposed for commercial, given the property's future land use designation for suburban residential as well as commercial. So tonight, Madam Chair, these are the two recommended motions from staff based on your newly enacted zoning amendments. Number one, to acknowledge that the Class 1 special use permit application is complete. We have reviewed it. We believe it is complete and complies with all applicable requirements of the zoning ordinance. And then approve the special use subject to those items, those particular development standards that I've already reviewed. There are some additional conditions. This particular site's also located within a water supply watershed area. So the built-upon area is limited to 36%, cannot exceed 36%. And based off the information provided so far, it meets that criterion, but we were going to need additional calculations on that. All proposed roads shall meet what's required through the fire marshal's office. Provide an analysis, and some of that information was provided late today on the projected noise, and just to ensure that the noise requirements of our county noise ordinance are met. There is additional information that has to be shown on the site plan for that northern boundary and the landscaping that goes there. And we are requiring a revised plan to show those items so that we can keep that on file. So with that, Madam Chair, we are ready for your evidentiary hearing tonight. And again, as a reminder, everyone will need to be sworn in.
Do we know if we need an interpreter or not?
We do not need an interpreter. Madam Chair, there was one person who was in need of an interpreter this evening, and they brought their own.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I believe we will start the proceeding of swearing in speakers. Mr. Manager?
The clerk or the attorney, do you want to do these in groups of 5 or 10?
I would recommend that you start with your petitioner and allow them to present their case, their application to you, and their evidence. And then once they've been sworn and presented that evidence to you, then you can hear from other evidence, sworn testimony.
So if anybody who is here with the petitioner, with the company, or consultants, whoever's with that group, you'll come forward if you plan on speaking, or feel like you'll need to speak, may need to speak.
And if you have others that are with you but not going to speak, if you want them to stand at this particular time so we can see them, or not?
I think we can swear them individually at this point.
Oh, okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Jeff Jackson. I'm the Vice President of Development for Compute North. Thank you for having us tonight. Compute North is prepared to proceed with the hearing tonight, and we are confident we have met all of the required criteria. Based on our community engagement efforts thus far, it is clear that further dialogue, education, and engagement is necessary for us to accomplish our goal of having a positive impact in the community. In fact, it was based on this and personal communication with concerned citizens that caused us to seek a postponement. For example, the necessity of bilingual materials has been made very clear to us, and we intended to have these prepared at the November 1st hearing. Despite this, we will move forward with the hearing, but more importantly, we'll move forward with our ongoing outreach efforts to make a positive impact in Pitt County, and more specifically in the Belvoir community. Compute North is the leading Tier 0 data center hosting company in the country. We have a strong track record with projects in 3 previous communities, all of whom have asked us to expand and add additional capacity. In fact, we have submitted to the record tonight a letter from the head of economic development in Kearney, Nebraska, which outlines the benefits of working with Compute North. This project is estimated to contribute over $50 million in capital investment, $3 million annually in taxes, and will create 20 to 30 high-paying local jobs. Our Tier 0 data centers are transforming the data center industry, and we have been featured in the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg. We want to work with Pitt County organizations to bring this new technology and economic development here to Pitt County. There has been a lot of confusion around our facility that I'd like to clear up. Much of this will be addressed when reviewing the application criteria. However, I especially want to address this idea that somehow this project was a surprise. Compute North's first meeting with county staff was on June 30th. We then presented detailed information about the project to the Planning Board 2 months ago on August 18th. We were also present for the text amendment hearing on September 27th, where not a single question was asked by the Commission nor by the public. Last week, we voluntarily hosted a community meeting with notifications that went well beyond the required notification radius by the county. We came here today ready to postpone the hearing so we could continue our own education process with that community and continue to meet with the communities that showed up at the meeting. I understand that this is a new technology and the facility is not well understood. We are working to improve that. But statements that this was a surprise to the community are not accurate, and I do want to correct the record. We have gone beyond expectations at every step and intend to continue to do so as we develop this facility. This project will be one of the largest Tier 0 data centers in the entire country and represents a significant economic development opportunity and an opportunity for job growth. We still intend to make this a model project that the community can be proud of and which can act as a model for future Tier 0 data centers across North Carolina and across the entire country. We look forward to the hearing and appreciate the opportunity to present more information on the project. Now I'd like to introduce Dave Perrell, our CEO and co-founder, to talk about the 3 previous communities we worked in, our current efforts in Pitt County, and why community engagement is central to who we are and how we do development. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I did not say it at the beginning of the hearing, but I'm keeping your time at 5 minutes per speaker. There's no total time limit for this hearing.
Thank you.
I can remove this? It's okay. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thanks for having us here. I'm Dave Perrell, CEO and co-founder of Compute North, and frankly, we're excited to be here. I'm excited to be here. We're excited to be a part of Pitt County. We're excited to be a part of the local community. And candidly, you don't make this level of investment and this level of commitment without it having to be a win-win situation. And that's what we've always sought for at Compute North, is finding a way to be a part of the community, find a way to build jobs, find a way to build infrastructure, and ultimately be someone that cares about it. We can always talk about the things that we're going to do. We can always talk about the things that are out there. I think the best thing that we can point towards is our track record of being a successful community member and strong citizen in our 3 previous communities in South Dakota, in Nebraska, and Texas. And we're very proud of the track record that we built there with the economic community, with the schools, with the education, and with everything else that brings in being a great community member. So I'm here today just to educate the team and educate the community. As Jeff pointed out, I think there's been some misnomers, some miscommunications, and certainly some learnings on our behalf of the things that we need to do and improve going forward. And we're committed to that. We've certainly heard some of the feedback. We've heard it loud and clear. And I think with any new technology, there's things that are scary, there's things that are unknown, and there's things that we need to do to understand the benefits and the why. And just since the last couple, the last few days even, we've had a team on the ground, and I've worked with some of the areas here in workforce development, family services, community development, and the like. Just a couple examples to point out. We've made a donation to the Station Road Firehouse for the local community. We've utilized 3rd Street Catering, which, as you understand, is for some at-risk services, and help them to bring the services to some of our meetings. We've been meeting with the Pitt Community College to discuss internships and employment opportunities. As you can imagine, some of the technology we're bringing is cutting edge. It's new age, and we need an educated workforce that can work within this, and we love that type of community building. We met with Vidant Health to understand the community health needs and ways that we can contribute to that and make that better. We have planned meetings with the Pitt County School to discuss the ways to also engage and find ways to get their students and their curriculum up to the things that we're working on and make that a win-win situation. And then communication with the PCC leadership to discuss ways to address the talent transfer. And again, how can we be a part of that, and how can we improve that, just like we've done it at other cities in the past. So we're excited to be here. We certainly appreciate your time. We want to bring investment. We want to bring jobs. We want to bring tax revenue. But most importantly, we want to be a good citizen, and we're here to do so, and we're here to prove that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the company or the petitioner?
To make your presentation on the 4 criteria is a critical portion of this hearing and what you need to present, so we would give you, can you do that in 5 minutes?
Do my best.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. All right. So now we did want to just walk you through specifically the 4 criteria, and then a little bit more information, brief information on the background of the company. So as we've mentioned, it is our mission to transform the data center industry, and frankly, we're successfully doing that with our recent success and growth. In just 3 years, we've built the 3 facilities in Nebraska, South Dakota, and Texas. We have 110 megawatts of power under management and growing, and then 35,000 plus active miners. And I missed an important part there. Across our portfolio, 64% of our energy is carbon-free. A quick map here just to visually see the locations where we are. And again, I do want to get to the criteria, so I'm going to go through these quite quickly. Happy to answer any questions afterwards. Here are some images from our facility in Kearney, Nebraska, which is the similar size facility. And again, forgive me, I'm going quite quickly so we can pause on the criteria. James did a great job with the map. We can respond to how the site was chosen, again, with any questions. And then now just to focus on the evidentiary criteria. So again, James had done quite a good job walking through this, but I just want to expand a little bit. The containers and data processing themselves are all air-cooled, and so there's no emissions produced by the facility. Because of our modular approach with the containers and a structural approach of having foundational piles, which are just steel piles in the ground instead of a concrete pad, we actually have a very low density development for good permeability and stormwater management. Obviously, sound is a particular concern, and we've submitted to the record an acoustic model following all ISO standards, which indicates with proper mitigation solutions, we can be in compliance with all required noise ordinances. Lastly, per county ordinance, perimeter fencing is required around the facility and will be used to secure the facility. And then I do just want to clarify that as far as traffic is concerned, it'll be limited to the 27 employees. Maximum peak employees per shift will max out at about 15 employees. and then just your typical delivery, UPS and FedEx trucks. For criteria 2, there are no homes immediately adjacent to the facility. We actually did, in working with Strata, the current owner of the property, we actually did implement essentially a buffer yard to keep our facility even closer to the highway and further from the residences to the north of our property. And then, we fully intend to keep the wooded areas that are existing there around the perimeter, as well as the landscaping requirements that are required per the ordinance. We did commission 2 independent assessments of the impact to surrounding property values performed by local realtors, which showed no material impact to surrounding homes due to the existing mixture of residential, commercial, and industrial land uses in that area. And those were submitted to the record as well. The project will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. As I've stated a couple times, the project will be in compliance with all noise ordinances. After construction, traffic will be limited to the typical deliveries and the largest shift of 15 employees, which I mentioned. And then, again, James did a good job of walking through all the setback and screening requirements. The 4th criteria, conformity with land use plan. The project aligns well with the purpose statement of the Pitt County 2030 Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and particularly the #1 stated goal within the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, which is growth and development, due to its over $50 million in capital investment in the local community, the 20 to 30 full-time jobs, and then one thing that hasn't been stated is that these are well-paying jobs with an average annual salary of $56,000, and the estimated $3 million in annual tax contributions to the community. And happy to, procedurally, happy to answer any questions now or whenever is appropriate.
That is fine, and the documents referenced, Madam Chair, in the earlier presentation and this are within the packet that were presented to you
Okay.
and submitted by the petitioner in advance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that completes all of the company representation.
Okay.
Okay. Now we'll move to the ones that are against this project, and they will need to be sworn in. Is that?
Yes, and for purposes of clarity in your record, Madam Chair, if you would, if I could have someone from the company stand up and identify the documents that they intend to be made part of the record that have been submitted, just for purposes of your record, if I may.
I will do my best. I may miss on the exact, some of them are technical documents with longer names. Let's see, let me think through.
Or I can say what I have. Just want to make sure your record
Yes.
reflects the documents and the testimony that were considered.
Sure. So we have the letter from the head of economic development in Kearney, Nebraska. We have a noise impact assessment from Urban Solution Group. We have the letter from Greenville Utilities, both confirming that we are working with them as required per the ordinance, as well as in support of the project. We have the civil site plan prepared by Baldwin Associates. And we have the two, we have the letter and the report, appraisal reports from the two realtors. I believe that's it.
I think that's it, and your PowerPoint as well.
Correct, and the PowerPoint. that
Okay,
was
thank
used to
you.
address the
Okay.
criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Manager?
Madam Chairwoman, you do have, if you're taking these in the order of those, taking those who are for the project first and those against second, you do have a couple other people who have signed up as for. You have a Bill Brown, you have a Uconda Dunn, and then Kenneth Jones has marked the line through both for and against, so I'm not sure what his position is. But did you want to hear all the ones who are for first?
Yes.
Okay, so if Bill Brown would come forward, he's in the audience or the building.
evening. And as I was introduced, Bill Brown, and I'm supporting this permit. You've already seen my name on the presentation as William H. Brown, so I'm actually on some of the properties being considered for special use. And I guess what I'm really here for is what I'm expecting to follow me in the opposition is to oppose the opposition. Since based on what I heard at the community meeting held by Compute North last Wednesday, the opposition is mostly based on what I consider and what I've heard and what's confirmed on the presentation tonight is misinformation. With 20/20 hindsight, the facts probably should have been put out sooner before the rumors created this such a backlash. In defense of Computer North, their proposed project had been welcomed by Greenville Utilities, Pitt County Planning, and the Pitt County Economic Development. I suspect they really felt ambushed last Wednesday and frustrated that the people that were there did not believe them when they addressed all the many concerns they had. The main issue seemed to be noise, especially for Belleville Elementary School, and the fact that the school board had not been notified. Pitt County Planning requires notification of property owners within 500 feet, as posted on the overhead tonight. The school was 2,000 feet away, so it was outside of that limit. So therefore, they were not notified. And at that distance, another concern about the noise, I believe they are well out of range to have any concern about the noise. As to bothering the neighboring property owners, as also has been on the maps and overhead tonight, is bordered by Greenville Utilities Substation, 264, NC 33, and 50 or 60 acres of open farmland. The Compute North plans to buy a parcel of land and lease about 10 acres from us that adjoins that to make their footprint that they need for this project. And I'm listed as an owner. I'm one of 7 in my family that co-own that property that they are talking about leasing from us. Now, if I sound like a big advocate for Compute North, I'd never heard of them until 2 months ago when I got a call asking about leasing this land. This land has been in my family for over 250 years. It's almost 3 centuries. So the idea of increasing the income from that land while retaining ownership, rather than just selling it flat out, in the family has some appeal to me. Just like I said, I'm opposing the opposition tonight. Those who oppose the Compute North project, well, they will also be denying my family the opportunity to use this property in a way that best suits the interest of us, the property owners. Now, I suspect some of the opposition comes from the quote-unquote not in my backyard syndrome. In other words, the project sounds good. I mean, Ottawa County, Greenville Utilities, all of those I've just mentioned before, all welcomed it. So it sounds good. And the opposition is basically, it's a good project, but not in my backyard. Put it somewhere else. There are also those that, I've heard something about at the meeting last Wednesday, about the quality of life out there, the ambiance of the country living. Well, people move into country to get to open space, and they seem to assume that that space will remain open. I've run into that on other farmland when we, the owners, want to do something and get opposition because our Johnny-come-lately neighbors try to tell us what to do with our own land. Does that seem fair? Okay. When North Carolina DOT put 264 through that area out there with an interchange at NC 33, they created a prime area for corporate development. The land is really too valuable to still be farmed and get any type of a return on our investment if you figure the value of the land is my family's investment out there. But regardless of whether it's Compute North or anybody else that we sell to or lease to, any change from farmland, because people like to see that open space there, it's gonna be opposed, I'm sure. So just in closing, spreading development is to be expected in a growing community. If it stops, stagnation sets in and the community goes backward. Let's keep Pitt County growing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have also a James Todd signed up.
I did. I'm the attorney for Compute North, so I don't need to speak at this point, but it would be helpful.
Okay. Ukanda Dunn.
Hello, I'm Connie Dunn with the Greenville AC Alliance. I'm going to defer my opportunity to speak, but make myself available for any questions on the economic development process of this project and their community engagement thus far.
Okay, and then the last one in terms of for or against was Kenneth Jones. He did put down here firearms concealed carry, so I'm not sure that he was, but he is signed up on the list, so I wanted to provide him the opportunity if he wanted to speak. Mr. Jones, did you want to speak on this? Kenneth Jones?
Yes. Oh.
Now,
No,
what it,
put my
wait a
name.
minute.
You
You
don't-
already spoke on the firearm thing,
right,
so
right.
you don't want to speak on this.
Okay. I didn't think so.
Okay, all right, all right. So now we move to the people on this list who have checked the against. We'll start with Molly Haldeman. If you'll come forward, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good evening. Madam Chair, I did have some video that I wanted to show.
You can.
Thank you. I did have some video that I wanted to show. I had emailed it to the PIO today, but it must have been too late. Mr. Rhodes had told me it could be submitted, so I might have to do it old school and just hold up what I hope for y'all to listen to with my testimony.
Okay, so it would stay within the time period.
Yes, that's
Go
fine.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Molly Holdeman, and I've lived in Pitt County for over 15 years. My daughter Clara is a second grader in the amazing dual language English-Spanish program at Belvoir Elementary School. Of greatest concern to me regarding Compute North's special use permit request is the noise that crypto mining operations spew out and the proximity of the school to the proposed project. There are 411 children at Belvoir, which is staffed by 65 teachers, counselors, administrators, custodians, and child nutritionists. The distance between the closest point of the proposed project to the school property is a mere 1,141 feet. Not yards, feet. Compute North has been evasive at best when asked about the noise that its proposed facility will create. The August 18 Planning Board meeting minutes and October 14 Daily Reflector, incorporated into my remarks by reference, quote Compute North's employees promising acoustic studies not from an existing comparable facility, but on the, quote, parcels that they are looking at, end quote. Compliance with zoning requirements and noise mitigation after the fact. And even the Pitt County Planning Director downplaying the noise issue. At the company's October 13 open house, a Compute North employee stated the noise that will emanate from their proposed project will be comparable to the decibel level in a quiet library. A quiet library. The Board of Commissioners needs unbiased, independent data based upon an existing facility. Compute North points to its Kearney, Nebraska facility, which is 2/3 the size of the proposal before you, as an example of successfully operating in a community. A call to the Kearney Development Office confirmed that there were no residences within a mile, 5,280 feet, of Compute North's facility. When asked if noise was a problem, the representative stated that there had been a few complaints, but that Compute North said they were working on it. While a few complaints doesn't sound bad, There were noise complaints from people living more than a mile away from the facility that is substantially smaller than this proposed one. No one from Compute North ever contacted Pitt County Schools or did any research into the school or neighborhood. Daily Reflector, October 15th. Rather, a Greenville ENC Alliance member asserts that a phone message was left for a Belvoir employee, but no such phone record exists at Pitt County Schools. Only after approximately 40 members of the Belvoir community attended Compute North's open house last Wednesday afternoon to question Mr. Jackson and express our opposition to the project, did Compute North call Superintendent Linker and indeed offer to provide Belvoir Elementary with a STEM center. That was Thursday, 4 days ago. This facility will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for at least 5 years, and Compute North has plans for extensive expansion. This current plan calls for installation of 89 containers, each containing 14 fans to cool the computers inside for a total of 1,246 fans. It is billed as a 150 megawatt facility. In comparison, there's a 25 milliwatt crypto mining facility in Washington County, Tennessee, that produces so much noise that it has resulted in a lawsuit and county commissioners who feel deceived, regret their original decisions and lack of due diligence, and so far have been unable to force the facility to shut down. And that facility runs from 8 p.m. to 2 p.m., not 24/7. I'd like to play for the record an amateur video of that facility taken by Preston Hawley, whose family's property is half a mile, 2,640 feet away. Please keep in mind that this facility is a sixth the size of Compute North's proposed project, and this video was at twice the distance than Belvoir Elementary is from the proposed site. Also, please keep in mind that this is on a video over a microphone.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but just to clarify with the county attorney.
Do I get my 5 minutes or do I get interrupted?
No, you don't get interrupted,
Well,
madam.
you'll get the 5 minutes because it's quasi-judicial. If there's an objection to be made for the record, I'd advise you to hear his objection for purposes of the record, since this could be appealed to Superior Court.
Okay.
But you'll still continue to get your entire time, but if there's an objection, it needs to be noted for the record. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm sorry, but we do have to object. This is quasi-judicial. As I said, my name is James Todd. I'm an attorney with Smith Anderson and Raleigh, Fuller County, for the applicant. I'd intended to stand up at the end and object to some of the testimony about things that folks in Nebraska allegedly said, or what they think is hearsay evidence. But I also think that playing a video from someone that isn't here tonight, someone that can't testify to the time, place, location, veracity of the video, goes beyond the material, substantial, and competent evidence standard, is inappropriate this year. That's my objection this time.
Thank you, and that will be noted for your record.
We didn't swear him in either.
As an attorney, he wouldn't need to be sworn making that objection, so that's okay.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure, I don't know.
No, thank you. Good question.
Okay,
Based on his remarks, you as the board hearing this case can note that objection for the record. You can continue to listen, or you can advise that you will not hear it.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that it goes to the weight and that we hear it.
okay. Do I need a consensus or a vote?
A consensus would be fine.
I
Okay.
can also
What is the consensus of the board? That we hear?
That we hear it.
Hear it?
Hear her.
Okay, that seemed to be unanimous.
So just continue on.
I can also point to the record of WJHL reporting by Jeff Keeling that also has video.
Now, wait a minute, excuse me, Molly. Speak something.
Oh, okay. There's, I would also like to incorporate by reference the reporting of WJHL reporter Jeff Keeling on this matter, because there is extensive video, but it is very, very short clips, and this one just happens to be a little longer.
Okay.
Where is WJHL while you're looking for that?
It's the county in reference is Washington County, Tennessee.
Okay, thank you.
last the rest of our evening and all morning tomorrow.
Does that sound like a quiet library to you? I believe all of Compute North's disingenuousness to the county and the 11th hour non-binding and false promises to Pitt County schools and Belvoir are beside the point, and its request for special land use moot. Your very own Pitt County Board of Commissioners Noise Control Ordinance states in Section 3, A, subject to the provisions of this section, the creation of any unreasonably loud or disturbing noise in the County of Pitt is prohibited.
And if you'll just conclude after that.
Can I finish reading from
Yes.
this? Noise of such character, intensity, and duration as to be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of any individual is prohibited. And further, in Section 3B7, the following acts are declared to be loud or disturbing in violation of this section: the creating of any excessive noise on any street adjacent to any school. Compute North's facility will violate the county noise ordinance, and this body may find that you are unable to shut it down once it fires up. Compute North's business model is to ask forgiveness rather than permission. I urge you to vote no on this special use permit request. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Next, we have Martina Christie. If we can swear her in, Madam Clerk.
Okay, my name's Martina Christie. I've lived in Greenville since 1987. I've learned a lot about cryptocurrency mining this past week or so. And, you know, the average home uses about 1,400 kilowatt hours per month. Whereas a server, a crypto server, can generate so much energy that in a year's time it could, they're probably going to get me on this, it could actually give the supply of electricity to 41,000 homes. Well, they're not going to say anything yet, but they will. Anyway, so my question to this group, as if it doesn't matter what cryptocurrency mining group is here, is with North Carolina, especially the eastern North Carolina that's hot and humid, we have hurricanes, we have nor'easters. Are these facilities going to withstand 130, 140 mile an hour wind and not shred all to pieces or have a meltdown out there, you know, where the fans go wrong and then all of a sudden, I mean, this happened during a hurricane we had, it was Eileen that we had back in 2011. I was overseeing a laboratory program, and the generators failed to respond, and all of the IT group on ECU campus, every computer went down, every server went down. We had nothing. So that's one of my main things. Also, you know, the amount of cryptocurrency is not it is finite. There's going to come a time that as they do this mining more and more, because all it is very simplified, but it's algorithms that actually solve mathematical problems in order to render cryptocurrency. Is that right? Okay. All right. So, you know, as the algorithms get harder and harder, they have to use more electricity. I'm not against having it. I just wouldn't like to have it there. But they have to have a substation. And since Greenville Utilities is going to be the one benefiting from this, why can't they build another substation somewhere else in the county and let them have whatever they want? I know Mr. Brown's probably upset. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. But anyway, so that's my point. I just had to get it off my chest. Thank you.
Okay, next, Paul Fallon.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Paul Fallon. I've lived and taught Spanish in Pitt County for 18 years. My daughter attends Belvoir Elementary. I'm here to talk about the process surrounding the proposed crypto farm, some risks involved, and why I'm against this risky gamble to the harmony and to the county mission addressing environmental and social concerns. Only 6 days ago, I found about this risky venture loomed close to home, really close, less than 1,500 feet from my daughter's school. The Pitt County Planning Board minutes from August 18th state that Compute North's Jeff Jackson explained that they propose a data processing facility. Minutes also state that the proposal is not a site-specific proposal and they have not finalized the location. In those minutes, there was no mention of crypto mining or Belvoir Elementary. So I came to the Compute North's supposed open house skeptical. Things were worse there than I thought. Though the area surrounding the proposed site has a large Hispanic population, Compute North had no Spanish language materials available, had not distributed any to the affected area, and had no translator. I served as the translator. Several Spanish-speaking neighbors attended, as did Amexcan head Juvencio Rocha Peralta, not at Compute North's invitation, but instead from outreach from other neighbors. Neighbors reached out. At that meeting, Jeff Jackson openly stated he had no idea that most Belvoir residents are Black and or Hispanic. No idea. This reflects a clear lack of effort made by the company to learn about the community or offer meaningful engagement. They want to say that there was no surprise. Well, if there's no surprise for them, why is it they've taken this long to get to it? They've had months to do this. They knew the local laws for zoning. They knew where the sites were for substations, but they did not bother to engage with the community, to even find out something with one search saying demographics in the area will tell you. So we then go at the firehouse meeting. Jeff Jackson told the crowd they had only ever considered one site, that was Belvoir. So there was no multiple site going there. Disingenuousness worsens the situation. We've seen this in Washington County, Tennessee, which you can look up on the WJHL, but there's other public records on this. The county there was told, oh, this is a blockchain data processing center. Neighbors complained for weeks. A meeting finally held in July. The company was said that the sound was our #1 priority. 2 months later, the county continued to urge crypto company to comply with the zoning laws, and the facility has been urged to close because they were not in compliance. On the local news, the county commissioner there, Kent Harris, said he felt hoodwinked because of the presentation of only data processing and in the presentation. As the crypto mining company in Tennessee said, Jeff Jackson also said that noise was a #1 priority here. Jackson had said that, knowing that the acoustic analysis paid for by Compute North, not independent, is only available today. So how can they make that commitment without relevant facts available? If you're making that kind of commitment without relevant facts, that's a gamble. And you're only doing it at the last minute, makes it not a #1 priority. So other disingenuous statements followed. At the firehouse meeting, Jackson also confirmed that the construction plan was materially the same as the crypto mine in Kearney. But that Nebraska crypto mine is much smaller and based on concrete slabs, which is by definition not materially the same as steel piers. In addition, concrete conducts less well than steel, therefore having another factor in sound that is not, as far as I know, done because they said it's materially the same. Further, at the firehouse meeting, the Compute North representatives talked about 50 decibels of noise, whereas in a phone call Friday that Jeff Jackson had with my wife, he told her that the 50% smaller, actually it's not, only two-thirds smaller Nebraska site registers 90 decibels. No one at the firehouse ever mentioned 90 decibels or how they guess sound remediation may actually serve to get to their thing. And we still have only the evidence that you've seen, we don't get to see. These conflicting questionable claims abound, and they raise the risk here. Finally, I want to return to the risk arising from Compute North's lack of meaningful engagement with the community. This is a problem that directly involves this commission and the county. My wife spoke with representatives from the State Department of Environmental Quality and was advised that in areas with significant minority populations, as this specific area is, and I'll finish with this, a company failing to go beyond the bare minimum to engage in the community meaningfully could open the relevant government body to a Title VI complaint. This could risk any federal fundings to our county. While Compute North had time, plenty of time, they say, because it's not a surprise, to find out about our substation and our highway locations and our local zoning laws, they could not be bothered to learn about the people in our area. This is a gamble, and we all can possibly lose. And I hope that you will not raise the risk to our environment, to our neighbors' well-being, to the county's financial health, and more importantly to me, to my daughter's future. I ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Okay, next, Jane Rose.
I think she has to come from the basement.
Maybe in the hallway.
Jane Rose.
And then after that, we have a Carla Hart. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak tonight. I want to echo the concerns you have heard and that you will hear, but I wanted to focus on the enormous amount of energy that Compute North would require. They have said it would be as much electricity as the city of Wilson. This one business will be GUC's largest customer by 50%. It would use 50% more energy than Vidant Medical Center, which employs about 12,000 people and serves in an average year 44,500 inpatients and more than 171,000 outpatients. It is where our future doctors, nurses, and other health professionals are trained, and it has vigorous outreach programs throughout Pitt as well as surrounding counties, working to improve the health of everyone living there. These are figures from the Community Health Implementation Strategy from 2016 through 2019, before COVID, and we know how much it has served the community since then. In contrast, Compute North says they will employ 27 people, if that many. In Plattsburgh, New York, the cryptocurrency plant there didn't lead to significant job creation as was advertised, but only a handful of jobs, according to the former mayor. Allowing Compute North to come to this area will provide no benefit to the residents of Belvoir or Pitt County that will come close to offsetting its energy cost. It will not enhance the quality of life. Far from it. It will instead greatly increase our carbon footprint to one of the largest in North Carolina, only to enrich private citizens who can afford such high stakes speculation. China has recently banned all cryptocurrency mining because of its huge energy drain. Are we going to take China's place? Belvoir is vulnerable to flooding, as is much of Pitt County. In 1999, Hurricane Floyd caused 2,000 people in Belvoir to evacuate because of flooding. 1/3 of our county was underwater. People are still trying to recover, and hurricanes are becoming more frequent and more powerful as the amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere continues to rise at an alarming rate. I know our county wants to grow, but let's grow in a way that protects our environment, our health, and our quality of life. In eastern North Carolina, we are gifted with one of the most biodiverse regions in the world, but it needs our protection or it will disappear. Our legislature just passed a bipartisan energy plan which was signed by the governor last week, calling for reducing electric power sector greenhouse gas emissions by 70% below 2005 levels by 2030 and attaining carbon neutrality by 2050. How is it going to be possible to meet those goals if we allow a super polluter to be built anywhere in Belvoir or anywhere in our county? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Carla Hart, and after her, we have Diane Rufino.
Your mask.
Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. It's going to be a long night. My name is Carla Hart and I'm a resident of Pitt County. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you. I believe that government exists to serve and protect the citizens. I believe that you believe that too. And that's why we're all here this evening. In that vein, I'd like to tell you about a conversation that I had with one of the representatives from Compute North. When I asked them why their equipment was already here, if no special use permit had been approved, they told me because it was manufactured in Denver, Colorado, but there was no room there for it. So they've shipped it all to Mumford Road. I have pictures if anyone would like to see them. They are so sure that you are going to approve this usage request that the $50 million that they talk about in terms of an investment is in the purchase of equipment for their own use. It's not for our use. I've also been told by Greenville Utilities employee that the power that will be drawn from this organization is equivalent to powering all of the city of Wilson. That was in response to why it could not be put in our industrial park. And I pointed out that the reason we have an industrial park is to encourage growth. The individual from Compute North said it's too hot there and they don't have enough power. So in response to those two things, people began to research more and more because we felt as if the company that wishes to move into our backyard is being less than honest with us. One of those other areas that concerns many of the citizens that you've heard from over and over this evening is the use or the noise issue. 89 computing units. When I think data processing, I think of people being employed in an institution or a building that will crunch numbers, that will be employed in this. This is just mega, massive computers. Those computers each require, in these 89 units, 14 industrial-sized fans to keep them from melting down. It's the low hum of those fans that concern us. 1,246 fans. 1,246 fans running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Before any special use permit is considered, I think it behooves all of us to require an environmental impact study to find out, not to hear what proposals are being done, but to know what the noise level will be, what the environmental impact will be, and what the drain will be on our resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Diane Ruffino and then Faye Bordeaux.
Is Diane in the room?
If you want to move on to Faye Bordeaux, we could come back to Diane Ruffino if she comes up, if she's downstairs.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Bordeaux.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good evening, Pitt County Board of Commissioners. My name is Faye Bordeaux, and I live in Pitt County. I will talk to you tonight about the environmental and social injustices that our Belvoir community will experience should Compute North be granted its Class 1 special use permit. I am a native of Pitt County, having lived north of the river, Pactolus, until I graduated from college. I will share with you briefly some facts and my opinion regarding the Belvoir community and Compute North special use request for a crypto mining facility on site in Belvoir. I ask that the Pitt County Board of Commissioners deny the Compute North Class 1 special use request for the development of a crypto mining facility on the Belvoir site, as this crypto mining facility will generate toxins that will damage the environment and thereby harm the people and animals that live there. Allowing such a novel type industry at this Belvoir site, which is surrounded by a diverse community and in close proximity, 1,141 feet, to the Belvoir Elementary School, which show the environmental and social injustices stowed upon another community of color. Historically, corporations and the government have encroached upon black and brown communities with their development. And certainly, this will be such the case should the Pitt County Board of Commissioners grant Compute North the Class 1 special use permit to establish this environmentally damaging and harmful crypto mining operation at the Belvoir site. The Belvoir community is 60% Hispanic. Belvoir School is 54% Hispanic, 37% black, 6% white, and 2% two or more races. During the Compute North open house on October 13th, Mr. Jeff Jackson, Vice President of Site Development, stated to the audience that he did not know the demographic composition of the Belvoir community. Because Compute North did not take into consideration the demographics of the Belvoir site and subsequent environmental injustices that these people of color would endure, I would argue that Compute North failed to do due diligence on the identifying their environmental and social damage to the community and failed to make the community aware of such environmental harm and consequential physical, emotional, and mental suffering. The Environmental Protection Agency definition of environmental justice is as follows: fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income with respect to development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Because Compute North did not know the makeup of the Belvoir area and had no substantial relationship with the community, then there was no fair treatment and meaningful involvement of the community in respect to the known environmental toxins, extreme noise, and atmospheric heat. This harmful noise pollution and atmospheric heat pollution generated by the crypto mining will have a devastating impact on the environment and people who live in this community. The poor suffers the most when the environment is damaged. In many cases, these community people have limited ability and resources to deal and cope with the environmental damage. As the poor is subjected to environmental injustices, these challenges make it even more difficult to fight poverty. There are other questions about the environment that Compute North need to answer. What kind of chemical spillage that goes into the air and ground? What is the disposal process of the chemicals and other substances generated by this facility? How will the soil and water be affected by this facility? If Compute North is allowed to intrude upon the Belvoir community, then environmental and social injustice would abound and negatively impact this community. And these environmental conditions could lead to cancer, respiratory issues, gastric complications, mental illness, etc., possibly. This will be exacerbated by the medical disparities that exist in poor communities. The Pitt County Board of Commissioners should deny the Class 1 special use permit requested by Compute North. History tells us that once a company starts operating and proves to be very successful, the company never leaves, continues to exploit the community, damage the environment, humans, and animals. It also decreases property values by millions of dollars.
Ms. Bordeaux, you need to wrap it up.
And contributes insignificant to the tax base. Compute North is proposing a top-down economic development. Crypto mining serves only one purpose: top economics for corporation and greener utilities. Compute mining will produce no goods and services for this Belvoir community and for any Pitt County community in that matter. I strongly ask that the Pitt County Board of Commissioners deny the Class 1 special use permit request for Compute North.
Thank you.
Did Diane Rufino, did she come in? Show up? Okay, we'll go on. Avencio Peralta. And then Victoria, I believe, Respis.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the board of Pitt County. Happy to be here this evening, but disappointed to hear that everything has happened in our community. I've been living in Pitt County for the past 40 years, and I've been working with the Latino community in the Belvoir area for the past 20 years. Before the open house that happens last week, I did begin receiving phone calls and emails and text messages from the Latino community in the Belvoir area. The biggest concerns of the community will express to us was that the environmental issue that will happen if the company will come in place. The second thing is there was no communication across this community in the Belvoir area. We have recognized that Belvoir, the lone Latino community, has grown for the past over 20 years. And we have recognized also, too, that the community has been neglected for past different natural disasters. The Latino community has pressed very high that we overcrowd in terms about environmental issues in Belvoir. We do not want to have any more environmental issues in those communities. We are tired to be neglected by the county. We are tired to be overseas that we don't exist in this community. So members of the board of Pitt County, we request to you that please think about it before you make a decisions in terms about what has happened in the Bellborough community. And for tonight, a lot of members of the community has expressed a lot of concerns about what has happened. We know that you've been elected to serve the citizens of this county, and regardless of who we are, you represent our citizens. So please think about it twice before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria Respis and then Victor Respis.
Hello, my name is Victoria Respis, and I have lived in Greenville for over a decade at 744 Jaybird Street with my husband, my disabled mother, and my 6-year-old son, Solomon. I am a teacher, and my son is a part of the Belvoir Elementary School District. A few days ago, my son woke up in sheer panic. He had a nightmare that he wasn't able to hear us while we were playing outside because of the loud hum of the machine that scares him that was 500 feet away from our house. I had to walk outside with him to prove to him that the forest was still there and that the birds were still tweeting. We live in a peaceful neighborhood where we have watched ecosystems grow and many rare migratory birds and pollinators, as well as many other animals, pass through our neighborhood. These machines are especially terrifying to people like my son, who is 6. 90 shipping containers piled 3 high, surrounded by fences and barbed wire, are loud, they are ugly, and they are extremely hot. When our children are playing outside, they will hear this loud hum. They will hear it indoors and outdoors. This will be an extremely agitational and disruptive noise that will greatly degrade the quality of life for everyone in our community. Belvoir Elementary consists of mostly children who are minorities and live well below the poverty level. I am also well below the poverty level. Pitt County has set certain standards that they are required to uphold. By allowing this company to set up on this location would go completely against the promises that the city has made to its citizens. You want to invest in the future with this community of people who will grow and help to ensure that your business stays a thriving part of the city instead of the eyesore and headache of the community that will be met head-on with resilience for the rest of your short stay here. Pitt County Noise Ordinance states that there are specific rules that are to be followed. The noise ordinance states that subject to the provisions of this section, the creation of any unreasonably loud or disturbing noise in the county of Pitt is prohibited. The creating of any excessive noise on any street adjacent to any school or any church, adjacent to any hospital or any retirement center, which unreasonably interferes in the workings of such institutions or which disturbs or unduly annoys patients or occupants in such institutions. This goes directly against the noise ordinance, as this will disrupt the education of our children, and our children matter just as much as the rest of the children that go to all of the other schools in this county. And I find it completely unjust and unfair that this school has been targeted simply because it is on cheaper land next to a substation. There has to be a better answer. There are school standards. After speaking with members of the school board, they confirmed that there was absolutely no attempt made to let the school system know anything about this, and that has been proved over and over again. I worry about increasing utility rates, like the ones that occurred in New York. There was no environmental impact statement from Compute North, and they said nothing to the effect that would make me feel that they cared about us or the environment. Kearney, Nebraska residents are located over a mile away. My house is less than 500 feet from this establishment. There is absolutely no way that I would be able to exist on a daily functioning basis without hearing this and being completely interfered with, and that is very unfair. Yet, Why choose a mostly impoverished minority area? You don't view this as a negative. Compute North stated that they didn't even look into the demographics or the school because they didn't think it mattered. We matter, and you are the people who have been elected to protect us and to speak on our behalf. And I am a citizen of this city, and I support you guys being here. So I ask that you could do the same for me. This will greatly lower our property values. I am a homeowner, and I have finally finished paying off my home. In most other places where a crypto mine has been set up near a residence, it has decreased 50% of the value of the home, and that is unfair. We are already poor and already suffering, and our utility rates are already astronomically high, and we cannot afford to pay for them. This is utter disregard for the people of this community. And if you say you care so much about the people in the community that you are trying to build a relationship with, prove it, because I have not seen anything to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And this is from my son. I wanted everyone to see this.
Next, Victor Respis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have owned property at Greenville, 744 Jaber Street for the past 10 years. Mr. Brown, when he first stepped up, said that he is a property owner of the property directly adjacent to the property that I own. So I personally don't understand why his property rights can override my property rights as a resident. Now I understand that Greenville Utilities Commission is going to be making an awful lot of money from this. And I also understand that Greenville Utilities Commission does not really care so much for the public. They care about their shares. And so I'm looking at each and every one of you, elected officials of the people of Greenville and the people of Pitt County, and I wanted you to know that I know most of you are good people. I also know that any of you can be bought if the price is right. And I feel like Greenville Utilities is putting its money in the mouths of people that we can't even touch. And a clearly impoverished neighborhood has no ability to go against these multi-billion-dollar corporations. And they know that. And they know that we don't have the intelligence. They know that we don't have the means of acquiring the resources that they have to even go against anything that they say. They drop this stuff on us at the last minute to even accentuate the fact that we can't get information. I have been one of maybe the only people in the Belvoir area that has received a map shown by Compute North, and my house is directly in front of that location. I don't know if it's exactly 500 feet away, but I know it's within 1,000 feet. I know it's in that. But that doesn't matter, because I can go outside today and I can hear planes from the airport, which is miles away from my house. What makes you think that something directly across a street in a woodland that needs to be clear-cut, just to plant new trees to be pretty, an area that needs to be clear-cut, how is that directly across the street not going to produce more pollution, more sound bothering than all of this other stuff? How? And as someone with perpetual migraines, I have a migraine at least once a day, and it is based on stress, and it's also based on interference with technology. I can look at a computer screen for 5 minutes, and I can have a sharp pain in my head, and it blacks me out. How am I supposed to comfortably live in an environment that emits thousands of times more radiation, electronic or otherwise, and be able to sleep comfortably? This is literally an attack on the health of the neighborhood, whether they can prove it or we can prove it or not. The people that I've spoken to in my neighborhood all have problems with this. My disabled mother-in-law requires insulin to be refrigerated. And if on the off chance that Compute North raises my utility rates because of their dealings with Greenville Utilities, and I can't pay my electricity, and my electricity gets turned off, I have no refrigerator, and I have no insulin for my disabled mother-in-law. That is all.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Tanya Foreman.
So I'm going to attempt to keep my mask on. Can you hear me clearly?
If you speak up
Okay.
Just louder.
A little louder?
and directly into the microphone.
Okay. I do COVID equity, and we've all shared this mic, so I'm going to try to keep my mask on.
That's fine.
My name is Tanya Foreman. I'm the founder of CARE, which is a collective of community stakeholders providing community outreach and efforts in the Pitt County area. We do activities and outreach regularly north of the river, and we maintain a consistent presence in that community. I'm here tonight to address the proposed crypto mining plant in the Belvoir community. In addition to serving the Belvoir community regularly through my organization, I have roots in that community. I have family and friends that live within 1 mile of that site. I actually grew up in that community. Thus, it was no surprise to me when the citizens began to reach out to me about their concerns about this plant. I strongly object to the crypto mining site in our community for the following reasons. Number one, lack of engagement in the initial consideration of the plant for the citizens. Engaging citizens as in decisions and anything that might affect them are being made better, or will lead to better solutions and make communities stronger. In addition to adhering to the democratic process and expanding perspectives, can you hear me? Okay. In addition to adhering to the democratic process and expanding perspectives, people also have a right to influence decisions that would affect their day-to-day lived experiences. This may not have been a surprise to the board or Greenville Utilities or even the landowners who would profit from this project, but it was indeed a surprise to the citizens of Belvoir. I got so many calls last Wednesday morning with people sharing their concerns with me about this project. I'd like to add that speaking to Vidant, Pitt Community College, and other major corporations is still not an example of engaging citizens other than, again, those who would financially benefit from this project. The second thing that I would like to say about objecting to this is quality of life. Noise pollution is an invisible danger. One may consider it harmless because it cannot be seen, but its presence can be harmful to both humans and animals nonetheless. Any unwanted or disturbing sound can affect the health and well-being of all of the living creatures in that environment. Sound is measured in decibels. There are many sounds in the environment, from the rustling of leaves, that from a country girl, which is about 20 to 30 decibels, to thunder, which is about 120 decibels. Compute North communicated that their planned decibel effect would be in the range of 50 to 70 decibels, and compared it to the sound of a running refrigerator. My refrigerator was broken last year for a short period of time, and it ran continuously for a couple of days. That was comparable to the buzzing noise that Compute North used as an example. Fortunately for me, I had the ability to choose to replace it immediately because it about drove me crazy within 2 to 3 days. It is disappointing that the citizens of Belvoir not only were not conferred with in the decision that directly impacts their day-to-day lived experiences, their family and their environment, but will have to live with the changes that result from these decisions if made tonight. Their quality of life will shift if the board puts profit over people. Sound that reaches about 85 decibels or higher can harm a person's ears. Many animals' ears are more keen and their senses are more keen than human ears. The 50 to 70 decibel range communicated by Compute North is just under what would be damaging to a human ear, but let's also consider the wildlife and the ecosystem in that area.
If you'll conclude.
Okay. Oftentimes, wildlife tend to migrate and leave the area when something like that happens. And I want to say one more thing. In addition to other wildlife that is in that area that would be affected by this crypto mining plant, we know that there is an active osprey nest bordering the property of Miss Linda Teal's land. She's a Belvoir citizen, and that osprey bird is federally protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. That, amongst other animals, could leave that space. I ask you all to put people over profit and our ecosystem as well. Please vote no to this project.
Thank you.
Okay, you have 2 speakers left, Minerva Freeman and then Igor Paladova. She did? Okay, then Igor, saying the last name, Paladova.
He's in favor, not against it. So
Okay.
he doesn't want to speak. So we don't have any other speakers? That completes our list of
That's
speakers.
all we have signed up.
Yes.
He wanted to return, I think.
So do we have any other speakers?
Is there
It
anybody
would be
else?
appropriate, Madam Chair, if you would allow at this time for any rebuttal or closing by the petitioners if they choose to make remarks.
All right. Come forward, please.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for sharing their feedback and concerns. I do just want to, I have a list of kind of the key concerns that I heard tonight that I do want to respond to for the record, and then a lot of the similar concerns that were raised last week. So first of all, I do, and do I have a time limit that I need to be aware of?
5 minutes if you will.
Okay.
Could you speak a little louder, please? Could you speak a little louder?
Sure. Yep. Okay. Then I will try to speak very quickly, but again, please ask questions. Happy to answer them in the question portion. But first of all, I do just want to address the noise thing head on. Clearly, that's a major issue. As I said at the community open house, that is our primary issue that we need to address with these facilities. So I want to clarify a couple things. First of all, we do not have any mitigation measures in place in Kearney. So the experience in Kearney is going to be very different from this facility, which has extensive mitigation measures that will be put in place to be in compliance with the ordinances. So it's a completely apples to oranges comparison. Furthermore, the facility in Tennessee is a completely different container design, and an overall project design is very different. The reference is made to 90 decibels. That is indeed correct. That is the decibel level immediately outside the container, and thus the need for significant mitigation solutions to be in compliance with the county ordinances. We did have an acoustic study that was completed based on our understanding of the ordinance. As part of our ongoing dialogue with planning and city staff, or excuse me, planning and county staff, we did provide an updated acoustic study based on a new understanding of the ordinance that was provided today for the record. At the end of the day, I want to be very clear about something. We are required to be compliant with the ordinance. Complaints can be logged with the sheriff, and they can physically shut our facility down. There is no way that we would make this type of investment in the community and the investment of our hard-earned dollars, frankly, Dave's hard-earned dollars, we're still privately held, in a facility that could be shut down if we were not compliant. So I want to be very clear with that. This is not projections, these are not guesses, these are not other facilities that may be designed differently. This is a scientific model of the mitigation solutions that we intend to put in place to be in compliance with Pitt County ordinances to avoid getting shut down and losing our investment. I do also want to point out that we have knowledge of the Tennessee facility. It did not go through the proper zoning process, and it is also a completely different design. There was a mention made on the longevity of cryptocurrency. I do want to emphasize that this is a tier 0 data center, and we have intentions of doing other types of compute. Certainly, cryptocurrency is a major part of our business, and we're proudly part of that fast-growing and technologically innovative industry, and so we're proud to be a part of that. But I do also want to talk more about the non-crypto types of computing that occur in our facilities as well, if given time during the question and answer session. Furthermore, just a quick point, Bitcoin mining will not be, is mathematically, will go until 2140. Just fact on that. There was a lot of comments around social justice and community engagement. We have been working with Economic Development, GUC, and County Planning Board as kind of our local representatives early on. I'm going to hit on this more later, but we really relied on them for their guidance in proactively engaging with these organizations. And in fact, we had an ongoing dialogue with Economic Development about the types of organizations that we could contribute to be good members of the community. Let's see, energy usage. You're right, we use a lot of energy. By using energy consistently and participating in what's called the demand response program, we can actually enable the introduction of additional renewable energy on the grid. I know it sounds crazy. I've spent my career in renewables, and I pivoted over to this industry specifically for how unique the facilities are and how they interact and provide grid stability and enable the proliferation of additional renewables on a grid system from a macro level. Furthermore, emissions were mentioned. Our emissions relative to a typical Tier 4 data center facility are far lower from a marginal emission factor. Our vision of actually pulling types of compute out of those Tier 4 data centers, like machine learning, climate modeling, genome sequencing, will actually lead to less overall emissions from the technology industry. Again, that's because our facilities do not have on-site generators, do not have diesel backup, do not have all the stuff that's typical of a data center. So our emissions on a marginal, or excuse me, yes, on a marginal factor are actually lower than a typical data center. I do have a couple other things, but I want to skip right to the process piece because that was important. So obviously I'm Jeff Jackson. I was the Compute North representative at the open house. Do you know why so many people started to call last Wednesday? Because that was the day after, I believe if I have my math right, that was literally the day after the text amendment was approved, and we were confirmed that we were welcomed in the county. We voluntarily sent out invitations to a wider radius than was required by county notice radius requirements and hosted that open house. Hopefully, I was surprised, I'll admit, I was very surprised. The intent was to go there and educate people about the facility and really celebrate the economic investment and the new jobs that we would bring into the community. I will also say, that is the process working. We learned. I learned a lot last week. I want to be clear that since then, we sought a postponement of this hearing specifically to start to engage those communities that were identified. I want to say one last thing real quick since others have been able to go past. I just want to really, this is really important. We sought the postponement and we did actively talk to those communities that were mentioned in that hearing. Based on listening, we began outreach in community organizations and to the schools. We cannot be vilified for reaching out to these organizations when the community asked us to reach out to these organizations. For example, the STEM process idea that was referenced literally came from the assistant superintendent at our open house that we voluntarily hosted to get community feedback. So I just want to clarify some of those issues that we are trying. We will continue to try. We'll make significant investments in the community to try to rectify some of the misinformation that's been out there and be really strong members of the business community for many years to come. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, Madam Attorney, what is our next?
In terms of rebuttal, represent Greenville Utilities, and we provided information to you in your packet about our service to this potential business. And there were some comments made about rates and so forth.
Is that allowable?
Yes. If you, well, you haven't closed your evidentiary hearing. If you'll allow it, we'll need to swear them in. the letter is in your packet,
Yes.
but if you'll allow, because he's present.
Please.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Chris Paget. I'm Chief Administrative Officer and Assistant General Manager for Greenville Utilities, and I certainly don't want to prolong this. This has been a long night for everyone. But I do want to point out a couple things here based on some comments that were made at a workshop last Wednesday, and now I hear some of the same themes that were repeated, and I just want to make sure the record is accurate so you have the right information to make an informed decision tonight. Compute North is a proposed development here in Pitt County. We service electricity to about 75% of Pitt County. We have worked with them. They have identified the site that they brought to you this evening, and we are able to provide electric service at the quantity and capacity that they need there. In doing so, we are in no way negatively impacting our ability to serve future growth and development or our existing customers. The comment about rates going up because of this, there was an article circulated in the community about a small electric system that did their own generation and got themselves in a bind. That is not the case here. Most of you are aware we are wholesale, full requirements, power supply contract with Duke Energy, and we have adequate capacity at this location. Compute North was looking for a location, and they are a big electric user. Sometimes people contact Pitt County and they need railroad, they need highway, they need an abundance of water, and those needs dictate where you look. For this company, they need to be located along a transmission line. And so we shared with them all of our transmission lines. We talked about different areas, and for various reasons, they settled on this particular location. I also want to point out that the comment, we don't care about our customers, we're looking out for our shareholders. We aren't Duke Energy. We are a locally owned, not-for-profit, whose mission is to serve our customers. So that comment is absolutely out of line. And then the idea that this will not bring any benefits, and the company talked about the tax-based benefits, and I'm not going to touch on that. But what I'll say is this is a unique industry for Pitt County, and it's a unique industry in that they are a really large electric customer. They have a lot of need on the electricity side, but the way that they are able to shut down their operations completely during periods of peak use really coincides well with the way we buy wholesale electricity. And the way that benefits all of our 70,000 customers is that lowers the overall cost that we pay to purchase power for those 70,000 customers. And so to say that there's no benefit to all of our customers is a misstatement. We are excited about the prospect of this company, and I wasn't sure when to speak because they said for and against. We do not take positions on land use matters. We leave that to elected officials. But we did want to share this information with you so you can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Attorney, what is our next step?
If there's no further evidence, you may close the evidentiary portion of this hearing, and then the board may deliberate, and then you may make a motion and make a decision, or you may, based upon the volume of the evidence and the documents that have been presented to you, discuss it now and defer until your next meeting if you need additional time to review those documents. You also have, actually, before you close that evidentiary hearing, passed out before you, in addition to the documents that have all been submitted by the petitioner, are a stack of, do you know how many? I'm not sure how many, but a stack of
9 to 10 unsworn statements that were provided by members of the public who could not attend this evening's hearing. They are before you. I will note for the record that they are unsworn, and the board may choose to exclude them, or you may choose to review them, giving due weight to their credibility, as you did in response to the other objection. I will, for the record, kind of note a global objection to the fact that they're unsworn. You may choose to keep them in your packet or remove them, but you'll need to make that decision by consensus. And then I'll turn it back over to the board for you to close your hearing once you've decided about these letters, and then entertain a motion and/or discussion.
Okay, what about questions from the board?
And if the board, yes, and if the board, well, then if the board has questions of anyone who spoke, you would do that now during the evidentiary portion of your hearing.
Okay, that's what I was
Okay.
wanting to know. Give commissioners an opportunity to ask questions.
I have a question.
Commissioner Colson.
Okay, I want to make it known that I did go to the meeting last week purely for information. I was fly on the wall. I did not communicate. I saw James Rhodes there. I knew nothing about this type of business or whatever. When we passed the rezoning for data processing, I guess I'm old school at 72, and I remember data processing being, a few computers with spinning reels and so on and so forth. And I never envisioned something of this magnitude. But there's nothing that I learned there that I would say would influence me tonight in anything I were to decide. But I went there so that I could say, well, could I just maybe develop some questions? And one of the things that they had said is that it was going to be 41 decibels. That was the low library, quiet library. There was no talk while I was there that I heard of 90 decibels, which is pretty loud. And I guess if you have an acoustics expert, or if Jeff could answer the question that I have, is when you are measuring the sound, is the sound at 1,000 feet, the decibel level to the ear at 1,000 feet? Is that the 41 decibels that I heard about in that meeting?
So the way that noise works, it's going to look like, they call it a contour map. And so you're going to actually see different decibel levels as you progress away from the facility.
I understand that.
The acoustic model that we prepared and submitted for the record essentially shows compliance. Currently, compliance required is 50 decibels. And so it shows compliance at 50 decibels at all residences and buildings and everything. So
Okay.
50 decibel was really the key number.
Okay, so you're saying it'll never be higher than 50 decibels?
Well, that's why noise is tricky, because like I said, right outside the container, it is 90 decibels in our Kearney facility.
And so my question was, you're really stating it at a distance. The 41 decibel was the perceived hearing. By the way, I'm an engineer, so I know a little bit about it. Good. What I'm asking here, and so I'm testing you on whether or not you're going to tell me the truth. So that 41 decibels is at 1,000 feet. And yet there are homes that I looked on that map and it looked like it's 500-600 feet away. And one of my concerns is that what are they really going to hear? And you had made the statement that it was your business is complementary to like solar. Solar generates during the daytime, typically between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. That's when it gets the most out. And your business is shut down. When you said shut down during that, I'm assuming that time, do you mean it's dead quiet?
Yes, but there was a few different topics there I might get a pen and paper just to make sure I answer all of them. So the first question to the 41 decibels, yes, that's a little bit hard to answer just because of that contour concept. So some areas are going to be at 41 and some areas are going to be at others. I think the other question there was about the statement made about the solar facility. I think that was in reference to the prior zoning, or excuse me, the prior permit on the property.
Understood, but you also made the comment that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but it was that it's a complementary business, that it's going to be using power when there's the least demand, and
Yes.
not during the peak demand, which is the daytime, basically.
Generally, but I don't want to set the expectation that this is a daily variation. The way that and I might actually call Chris back up here, but the way that the program works with Greenville, and which is kind of a flow through of Duke, is that this demand response program is really only when demand is peaking for the entire grid. So typically it is in your summer afternoons and everyone turns on their air conditioners. But I also I want to be clear that we're not expecting to be ramping up and down every day. So it would be when we get called by Greenville Utilities and they say, we're approaching a peak demand period, you need to shut down your facility, then the facility will be shut down.
So it could, theoretically, it could be just as noisy during the day as at nighttime.
Correct. Yep. That is why we've put so much emphasis on the noise.
Okay, when you're measuring the sound, is the sound peak level, or is the sound an average over a period of time, say 24 hours?
So when we were measuring, again, there's a little nuance there. When we were measuring ambient, it's an average. So we were taking readings at the facility that average out. They kind of remove loud truck jake brakes and stuff like that to make more of an average measure of the ambient levels. When we're actually measuring to ensure compliance with ordinance, we're ensuring that we do not exceed 50 decibels at those receptors ever.
Is that at the beginning of the facility? Because there has been some statements that you're going to go through some mitigation. You're going to plant plants and so on, and they don't just grow overnight. So is this mitigation going to be years down the way? Or are you talking about noises that will be before this, I'll call it the maturity of the mitigation?
No, sir. So the distinction between the trees are not really a noise mitigation solution. They're a visual, well, frankly, they're required by the ordinance. But I don't want people to think that the trees are the noise mitigation.
But they can shield.
A little bit, but actually not very effectively. So what
since there's a 6 decibel increase, the hearing is perceived as double. 6 decibels.
I don't know about that.
That is correct.
Okay.
I promise you.
I believe you.
So the statement was also made is that the sound was based on a model, a plus or minus 2 sigma model. And that means that you only have 95% confidence that you're going to stay within the boundaries, of that model. If you'd said plus or minus 3 sigma, I might have been a little bit more impressed because that would have been 99.73%. But at 95%, that leaves a pretty big window for variation. When I was in the military, I went through psychological warfare and resistance if captured training. And one of the things that they did to us, this is in Spokane, Washington, we went through a mock prison camp, and one of the things they did to weaken our resistance, and they actually made it as real as if you were captured. It had to be there to witness it. But in any case, was a low, constant drone in the background. And that becomes very bothersome. So this community that's just 500 or 600 feet away, or the beginnings of it 500 or 600 feet, if they're going to see more than, because they're not 1,000 feet, so we're above 41 decibels, and if they're going to experience this, I'm wondering how many of them have air conditioning and can close their windows during the hot summer so they don't have to hear it. And also, I'm wondering, what's the magnitude of, not the magnitude, but the hertz range of the noise? Where is it? Is it actually going to cause homes to go into resonance to where it actually becomes more bothersome? Give you, for instance, and it's not exactly the same thing, but it's like having your neighbor that has a kid that loves basketball, and they go out there and they're drumming the basketball on the concrete pad next to your home. And it's your house, it literally vibrates from that. And so I believe that the people, without them really knowing it, maybe having an engineering background, I believe that some of their concern about the noise is valid. And if you need to do anything, and especially to me, you need to be able to convince them that that's really not going to be an issue. Now, I will agree that if the ordinance says 50 decibels is the background, I understand when a background test was conducted, it actually exceeded what our ordinance allows. So shame on us for allowing that to happen. But let's say it stays within 50. If you are operating below 50, well, that ambient background is going to mask what your facility produces. Now, is it true that they're going to stack 3 containers high?
No, sir, just one.
Just one. How high is it? How tall?
10 feet.
I'm sorry?
10 feet tall.
Okay, all right. So, I guess that's all I have at this point. Just that you just need to convince them and us that that's not going to be, once you get in there, how do we stop you? I mean, you said that the sheriff could shut it down. That wouldn't happen. That's not going to happen.
Commissioner
May I-
McGowan, next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me be clear. I represent this area north of the river, and what I heard tonight was very disturbing. I support the residents of this area. I have been for years. When you have a facility, according to your record, was located 1,000 feet from Belvoir School, that to me is very disturbing because it's close. When you have a facility of this magnitude located in indigent, low-income, Black, Hispanic community, and that is disturbing. My concern is that this facility could be located in more of a industrial environment. We do have industrial development environment in this area. When I heard that 50% more energy than Vidant Medical Center will be used, and it's, to me, it's draining the energy level from that area. 1,246 fans running all year long, that is concerning. So I just want to be perfectly clear. I cannot and will not support this facility coming north of the river. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Albright?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I had a question. I wanted to go back to your these again. Sound seems to be the big issue, and you just mentioned a minute ago that y'all have this emphasis on sound, and it's a big concern. That someone else said earlier there were no questions. The 17th, it seemed to go fine. At our meeting, it seemed to go fine. I heard from I think Mr. Fallon that at the 17th it was called a data processing center, and there wasn't anything said about crypto mining, and I believe that's sort of how we got it explained to us. It's kind of like a solar farm, and it's data processing, and we all think that it's benign. And so that's background to I'm looking at the statement of justification in support of conditional use permit, and this is the project narrative that Compute North has constructed. I can't find anything in it about noise. I see that y'all are really concerned about making sure that we know that your products are made of steel, they don't contain dangerous materials, they don't emit dust, there are no noxious fumes or liquids, there's no traffic, it's going to be in harmony. But I'm sort of, what I'm trying to figure out is how we can look at this project narrative and hear this statement now about how concerned you are with noise and how we now are going to mitigate this in some way that I haven't seen yet. But how do you reconcile that kind of statement, this kind of project narrative that has nothing to say about noise, and now noise is suddenly the thing that everyone is talking about since this whole story broke?
Sure. The purpose of the presentation was to specifically answer the criteria listed, and apologies, I'm not an attorney, but the 4 specific criteria. We did submit for the record, I mean, just to answer your question directly, we've spent nearly $50,000 on professional acoustic studies to this point.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the original narrative. It doesn't mention noise at all. I know you've done this now that it's come up, but I'm trying to figure out why noise wasn't even addressed at the beginning. And I also wonder how the first time noise comes up, I think, is when planning comes back and says that you have to mitigate this noise. And then things start happening, and then y'all start saying that you have kind of a noisy operation. So I understand that you've proposed mitigation now. I'm trying to understand why, when you submitted this statement of justification and support, that you don't mention that you're a noise producer at all, but you do mention that you don't contain dangerous materials or emit dust, which, you know, wasn't really one of the 4, I don't believe.
It's because we couldn't state that we don't produce noise, and I do want to correct the conversation about planning. We started our acoustic modeling very early in the development process, and we have been focused on that as an issue from early on. I want to make very clear that, to be very honest, our assumption is if we meet the ordinance, we're all set. And so we've been very focused on meeting the ordinance, and as the ordinance is written, 50 decibels, you know, some of the statements were made about ambient levels in libraries. That's accurate. 50 decibels is the current ambient levels at that site are already 51 to 55. So I do want to make clear, we have been focused on this for a long time. We assumed that compliance with the ordinance would actually eliminate a lot of the noise issues. We have noise issues. When I say we have a noise issue, it's that if unmitigated, if unaddressed, we have noise issues. That's why the emphasis has been on mitigation and understanding acoustic modeling and engineering and mitigation solutions.
It's a very tough sell, given, you know, the way this is unfolding right now, and as we're hearing from other folks, you know, the lack of detail on what this mitigation is, the placement in the community, the lack of the disruption to the harmony of the community, which I think was pretty clear tonight, that harmonious aspect of the community has been greatly disturbed just by the idea of this.
Understood. That's been made very clear in the last few days, and I'm happy to go into more details about specific mitigation solutions.
I'd love to see it. I don't know. I'm curious about. We keep hearing about this packet. I'm not sure where this is.
It is in the report, and just to go into more details, so it'll be a combination. Currently, so a couple things. Currently, the model is reflecting the view to get to 50 decibels as required by county ordinance. We are exploring, as any company showing good judgment, ways of more cost effectively achieving the same levels. Current mitigation solutions shown are silencers on both the intake on the side of the container and the exhaust side of the container. So there's a industrial silencer that's used in these types of facilities. I want to make clear these types of facilities are also used in non-crypto data centers. It's not a completely new approach to data centers. So it'll be the silencers in addition to sound mitigating walls, in some cases as high as 24 feet. So when I say we're ready to address the noise issues, I mean we stand ready to invest over $1 million in mitigation efforts to make sure that it is in harmony with the community.
The difficulty, I hope you can see, is that we're not hearing that it will be in place when this begins, and we have some fear here that if it's not done, that our residents are going to be stuck with something for a very long time. And that's a great fear, and it's causing lots of stress in this community, and it is definitely disrupting the harmony of this community. And that's a part of this whole thing about well, you will mitigate, but what happens if you don't mitigate appropriately? And it's right now, it's a kind of a, you know, it's very difficult to get our heads around what you're doing and how effective it will be. We understand the intent for it, but as Commissioner Colson said, the sheriff isn't going to go out there and close you down. You might get a ticket for a noise violation.
Okay, well, yeah, we can, happy to talk more about that. I do want to clarify one thing. The mitigation will be in place right away. Again, as a prudent business, we would never make this type of investment with the risk that we could get shut down, which is my current understanding. So maybe, hopefully that's maybe a risk that I was over calculating, but it will be in place immediately to ensure that we're in compliance with the ordinance.
So how do we know that that's your point of view? Where is the independent review of this that satisfies, as we're hearing over here, the wish of the people of this community to not get caught up in something that they can't escape? Because once it's there, it's there. It really is going to be very difficult. And how can you present to us a way that we can make them believe that it's not just a promise and that when it goes bad, we're going to, quote, fix it?
All we can do is hire acoustic experts that follow ISO guidelines as outlined in the report. I mean, by our very nature, we can't be objective, and I understand that. But I believe that we are doing the best that we can to provide that acoustic model from a...
I don't doubt that. I
Yeah.
certainly don't doubt that. But I hope you understand that we are in a position of not being able, you're accurate in saying that it's not an unbiased point of view. And I'm trying to reach out for somebody to say, how do we get an unbiased way to move on to the next step? And I don't know.
Absolutely understand. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Perkins-Williams?
Thank you. Let me get a little close to the mic. First of all, Mr. Jackson, right? I'd like to thank you for holding that community meeting the other night. And I appreciate your effort in doing so. But my phone has been ringing constantly prior to that and after that. As the person that people come to share all of their everything, problems, their best wishes, their excitement, their everything. I don't like what they are saying to me about this. One thing I do know that exists in the community, and I don't know whether the staff knows it, but having been there all my life, I do know that there was a couple of families of eagles, I say within a mile of where you're planning to locate. And I don't know that impact, but I know this country has some feeling about eagles and how they stand better chances than I do. But that's another thing, and I just want to say it here for the record. But it concerns me when I've never had this many outrage statements of disapproval from this community. And I'm among them every day, and we speak openly to each other. I don't like what I'm hearing. We are peaceful, we love where we live, and they are upset right now. And I don't have very much peace. I didn't even go to my office all since this come out because my phone rings constantly, and I gotta get a new phone because I have to grab it and everything. And this board knows that I've had issues with phone. But when you can't get reception and then the people are in an uproar, I feel weak on this. And what I want to say to you is, noise is important. We have the airport, and when the plane takes off, we once upon a time didn't hear it, but we do now. And I've moved from where I was living. The airplanes are there, and you got 89 pieces of equipment that functions in who knows how. And I didn't want to overdo research. And I didn't want to program myself to be negative, because this board knows that I want development. The people want development. But we want good development. We want development that would support and be viable to families of the type that you've heard from them. And I haven't heard that. So I can't go with you for the development against the people who've spoken so loudly against it. If you're going to hire that many people, what kind of jobs are they? Are they professional jobs? And you said about how much you'll be paying. Are they blue-collar jobs? That's something I ask development every time they bring a development project here, because we want to improve the life of those residents. They deserve it. They work hard for it. And I'm supportive of that. So what kind of jobs? That equipment, 10 feet high, 89 of them. And I sat here tonight and I was just counting and going on, and I says, oh my goodness. I worked in a tobacco factory. I drove the tow mower. I had to put an earplug in my ear for the noise, for the fans that the people requested because it was hot. Now, if you're fans, now I'm not saying that the lady didn't tell the truth, but I haven't heard you say how many fans it takes. But 1,000 fans, and I know what I was dealing with the few that was at the tobacco plant, that is a disturbance of the peace for me. And when you talk about children, we have a lot of special children in the area who have, I don't want to say Alzheimer's, that's old folks. What's this?
Attention deficit.
Huh?
Attention deficit.
Yes, attention deficit, and special children who, with noise, scream and yell. I got to think about that, because their family doesn't have peace. She walked outside so that the son would know that the birds were still tweeting. So these are things that parents have to deal with no matter what. So I can't, as much as I like to see you develop over there, I just can't vote with you. And I'm being straightforward with you. I want development, and this board know I want development, but I'm against this. Too many families are making my life exciting. I won't say miserable, but exciting, because the phone rings all the time. Please address the concern. I didn't want to repeat anything, because I don't like that, and I want to go home. So please address what these gentlemen have shared, because I'm in the same vein. Please address the concerns that you heard from the community, because I have to have peace with them. And again, I'm thanking you for having that meeting. You'd be surprised at how many of them called me and told me to come. But I wanted them to have the opportunity to address the people who is coming to town, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you so much.
Was there a specific additional question around the noise or the school or the screening that I
Well,
can
I
answer?
want to know about if you're going to have over 1,000 fans.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are?
I think whatever the math is of 14 times 89, so haven't done the math, but.
Jesus mercy.
Yep.
Commissioner Nunley? I did ask about the types of jobs at the beginning.
Oh, yes, I'll be happy to answer that. So
That I want everyone to hear.
sure. So in discussions with Pitt Community College, so I know what our jobs are on site, but trying to align them with actual degrees I think would be helpful. So basically they fall into kind of 4 buckets. There's the one site manager is the first bucket, and then the 3 other buckets, one is around network, kind of networking and connectivity. So things dealing with our fiber communications connections to the internet. The second one would fall under their electronics engineering degree, which is essentially, you know, taking care of the servers, replacing fans, all the mechanical work associated with the care of the facility. And then the third is more of a labor type of job where it's moving servers in and out of the containers that are being replaced and modified. So those are kind of the 4 main buckets that the jobs would fall into.
Okay, thank you. You must gonna have some good service, because internet is very,
We're talking about that actually with
it's not good.
some of the organizations about trying to bring that out there and get some better connectivity. So, and then on the noise in school, I think maybe and apologies, I'm slow on this, but I think I'm tying together 2 questions there. There was a reference to the 41 decibels, and I think what you were referencing there, Commissioner Colson, was the measurement at the school. So I believe, and apologies again, this is in the report, but I'm trying to recall from memory, I believe we were around 41 decibels measured at the school with the sound mitigation efforts in place. And then with the screening requirements for the trees, it should not be visible either. So hopefully that kind of ties together, and I'm happy to answer any more specifics around those questions. I certainly want to be transparent, make sure you all have the information on those items.
Okay. Commissioner Nunley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to piggyback on Tom's questions. I'm not an engineer. But I wondered if you could go into a little bit more detail about your model set, and maybe if we do have reference of these sound mitigation techniques, if these have been field tested, and if the modeling that you provided in your report are based on that, and if they were produced in comparable site locations, or if we're just talking algorithms as you know, as data sets and variables drive statistics and these types of reports. You know, not being a layperson in sound, know enough about it that depending on the site location, it can operate and behave in different ways. And so just wondered if you could go into a little bit more detail about the report, how the data set was generated. It was based on real life builds, or are we really talking about hypothetical computer modeling based on, you know, readings of your machines in a vacuum, so to speak?
Yeah, all great questions, and I will do my best. I do want to point out for the record that we had intended to have 2 acoustics experts here virtually. One is located in Canada and one is located in Colorado. I'm not sure I understand the full mechanics around why they were not able to participate, but they were ready, available, willing, set up, and something happened. Not on our end, I want to be clear. I will do my best, but I was really relying heavily on them as the subject matter experts. So it is a hypothetical computer model. Obviously, we don't have an operating facility that we can go measure and you know, perform the site-specific acoustic model to this. What I do know is that ISO standards were used. It's maybe Commissioner Colson can help me out. I believe it's the International Standards Organization, a widely accepted measurement of scientific and research type of standards that are to be used. Again, I wish I could reference the specific sound model that was used, because it is widely accepted for these types of uses. But that acoustic model was prepared based on this specific facility, based on the specific characteristics of our containers as measured at the fabricating facility when the fans are, you know, full gear, ready to roll. And then the mitigation measures were put in place as a recommendation by that acoustic engineer. And they have been, again, field tested not on our facilities. We do not have the sound mitigation in place at the Kearney facility for the reasons pointed out earlier. but they are in use in modular data center types of projects elsewhere in the country. And then the sound, sorry, I'm referencing specifically the silencers. The walls are just the standard kind of acoustic buffering and absorption walls that you'd see along highways and other developments. Yeah.
And I just wanted to add briefly that the availability of those acoustic engineers was a big part of the planned presentation tonight. Several of you have asked specific questions about the scientific modeling and the process used to get there. We are still in the public hearing portion of this meeting. And so if it would be okay with the county attorney and obviously a vote to you, if it would be helpful, we have the opportunity, I believe, to continue this until the November meeting. Give us the opportunity to bring those acoustic engineers here in person, or at least work out a way for them to attend virtually, to give you the answers to the good questions that you've asked tonight. We thought they were going to be able to attend virtually today. We understood at the last minute that because of the quasi-judicial nature of the hearing, that wasn't possible. We apologize for that, but they're a tremendous resource on a number of the issues that have come up tonight. And we think it'd be very helpful for your consideration of this issue if they were given the opportunity to attend. So with that, if you feel like there's a need for it, we'd ask that you continue until the November 1st meeting so we have a chance to bring those experts to the room. Thank you.
I think that's a great idea.
We'd like to continue comments first before you decide that. Commissioner Nunley, have you finished?
Well, I suppose the attorney answered my question. The expert's not here to answer it formally, but thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner White.
The other commissioners have shared my concerns.
Commissioner Ward.
I want to start out by just saying that as a commissioner and the number of years I've served, there's no way I don't want an industry to move to Pitt County. It looks like we just need to find a place for you to go. I don't know that we're going to be able to solve the problems out there, and I'm wondering if that's anything you all have considered. Have you looked, even prior to this, did you look at other locations? Is this the only place you would be interested in? And, I mean, maybe you don't want to answer that, and you may want to answer it maybe at our next meeting after you talk to whomever you feel like you need to talk to. But I feel like the problem is not the industry. It's being that close to a school. I understand how the neighbors feel. I'm a retired school principal. I don't know whether you can move it further to the left or the right, or what could be done, or whether there's another location completely away from there, somewhere in the county. And I know you can't answer all of those questions, but I don't want to push an industry out of our county which will benefit our citizens by having jobs and well-paying jobs. And that is how I feel about it. And I don't know if we can talk more about that at our next meeting. And maybe they can answer some of those questions for us.
Okay. I have just one question. One speaker mentioned that it was said that the industrial site is not suitable for this business because it's too hot. Would you answer?
The industrial park?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to.
Would you respond to that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually was hoping to get to that and just ran out of time. So, and it actually kind of dovetails into your question. Yes. As part of the site selection process, we really look to the energy supply as the first criteria. And so we were really focused on those early conversations with Greenville Utilities and about what the economics of the energy supply look like, as well as the location. And so the entire 115 kilovolt transmission system was evaluated. This site was selected based on based primarily kind of in order of priority, electrical engineering reasons, just physical features of that substation. And then furthermore, just to your questions around kind of the subsequent criteria, obviously the prior permitting of the solar facility was a strong check in the positive column, just knowing that a generally similar use, I'm not trying to compare this directly to solar, I'm just saying a generally other similar use had been previously approved at the site. And then by being able to spread out the project along the highway and maintain that distance from the residences and the school, that was the rationale. Obviously, there are differing opinions here tonight, but that was at least the rationale that went into the site selection.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could I clarify something I said?
Yes.
I made a mistake. When I was saying that doubling was 6 decibels, it's been a while. That's for feeling. It's 10 decibels for sound pressure.
Commissioner Albright?
That's okay.
Okay. All right. So we don't have any more questions from the board. So, Madam Attorney?
You would need to determine at this point, I would say 2 things. 1, whether or not you will consider as evidence the letters that have been submitted, and 2, whether or not you will consider the request or make a decision on the request to hold the evidentiary portion of this hearing open until they can have their acoustic experts present to answer those specific questions that have been asked.
So we first consider the letters that were presented as part of this hearing?
Yes, the question for the board is, do you want the letters, the unsworn letters that have been presented, to be part of your package of evidence?
Yes. Okay. So
that's this packet?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will entertain a motion for that. Is that?
That'd be fine. You can do it that way, or you can do it by consensus to accept.
I will, if Madam Chair, if I might just
Yes.
state, I think it's important that we consider situations where the evidence presented to us is where we can start to gauge weight because we have sworn testimony and not sworn testimony. I think those are two distinct categories of testimony. And regardless of what we determine, I would hope that we would strongly consider the importance of the ability to rely on the oath. There's a reason why we have oaths. And that's not to discount the statements that were presented in this packet. But I think the question, in my view, is whether or not we can read these and give weight on the fact that there's not an oath, and whether that's proper or not. And that's the question that I'm asking myself. I just wanted to share that with the board, that's something that I'm considering in that determination. In many ways, I wish they were here to swear and attest to them, because then it would be an easy question to answer. But for me, it's a difficult question. It's not so easy, based on the quasi-judicial nature of this hearing, just on these letters that are non-sworn. So I just wanted to say that as a part of the discussion for consideration.
Madam Attorney, you want to speak to Commissioner Nunes?
No, I think his thought process and analysis is exactly what the board should be considering. Can you accept these letters and give them due weight as not being sworn or not?
Okay. Commissioner Ward?
If that is in the form of a motion, I will second it, that we consider only the ones that were either notarized or the people were here, not the ones that we just had.
Ms. Ward, Commissioner Ward, when people take their time to send us a letter and they can't get here because they're working, and I'm not saying give them the same weight as those who swore in and expressed themselves, I think we should keep them as a consideration of comment.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I've read every one of them. And I'm not saying not consider them. I'm just saying that not.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't read any of those that was handed tonight because I listened to the people present and everything, and I really want to get a time and just go through and just do like we usually do when you're in education. But I like to see us consider these letters, accept these letters as a comment.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Okay, so your motion was not,
So you won't need a motion, right, so her motion wasn't seconded, you'd withdraw that, and
Well,
you
that-
have consensus to include
Yeah.
them in your record.
Exactly.
okay, so we have a consensus that we will include them in the record.
Correct.
Is
Yeah.
that a consensus among all of us?
Yeah.
I will abstain.
Okay. Okay, and Madam Attorney, our next action?
Is whether or not you will keep your evidentiary hearing open to allow their acoustic experts to come at your next meeting.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we keep it open. I think it's only fair. I mean, we don't want to overreact and let a complimentary, potentially good business escape us because of our short-sightedness. So I really believe that we ought to go ahead and do that. So I make that motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we keep our hearing open until the next meeting. Are you ready for the question?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins?
Yes.
Commissioner Albright?
Yes.
Commissioner Colson?
Yes.
Commissioner McGawhorn?
No.
Commissioner Nunley?
Yes.
Commissioner Ward?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1.
Okay. All right, so now we will close.
Well, no, you're gonna leave your hearing open.
Oh,
You
that's right, I'm
will,
sorry. We're gonna leave it open until the next meeting.
Yes, and you'll continue this until your next meeting, which is November 1st.
Okay.
Do you want to discuss whether you're going to receive any additional public input or comment?
I would not outside of your hearing, so there would, unless the board wants otherwise, we've given folks an opportunity to come back on November 1st if there are others. I mean, I think that if you're gonna allow your acoustical engineers to come back on November 1st, your hearing is still open until you close it, unless you wanna limit the remaining evidence to just that information only, and you can do that as well.
So we want to, they want to bring, what was it, 3 additional
There's
people?
two acoustic experts.
Right.
2 experts.
And that's, to me, is really what I seconded I mean, this is what I wanted to do, and because we've heard from everyone, and now I think we have further things we want to know from these people, so.
But if we, Madam Attorney, what I want to make sure that I understand, that we understand is that we're allowing those 2 to come back. Do we also allow more people to speak against it at the next hearing?
I think that's something the board can decide. I would probably advise you at this point that you've given opportunity for folks to come. You've noticed it for today. You're leaving it open to hear from those 2 acoustical experts. I think it would be appropriate to hold your hearing open to hear from those 2 experts only. Or you could do otherwise. It's a choice of the board.
Madam Chair, may I suggest that if we're leaving it open for acoustical experts, that we leave it open for acoustical experts generally, for the petitioner and for anyone potentially opposed to, seeing as how we're given the additional time, just to give a fair shake to all.
Yes, because we will be hearing additional information, and the citizen will be hearing this additional information, so they may have some questions too.
Chris, if that's a motion, I'll second it.
Wait, just.
What'd you say, Lauren? I'm sorry.
I told Chris if that was a motion to allow acoustic experts on both sides, that I would second it.
That's the motion.
And I just want to be clear from staff's perspective whether we need to renotice again.
You do not.
Thank you.
Because you're continuing it in your open meeting and carrying it over.
Okay, so you've heard the motion, and it's been moved and second that we allow the 2 experts and any additional comments from the citizens at our.
I disagree with the additional comments from the citizens. I think we've heard.
Just
experts.
Additional acoustical
Just
experts.
experts.
Right.
Was what was in his motion,
On either side.
on
both
either
sides,
side.
On either side.
Oh,
Just limited to acoustical experts.
Somebody
from the community may come up with some expertise,
We've heard from the community
military and stuff like
relative to this, and that was what
Well, it's like, you know.
I was thinking.
It's, you know, it's like when you have competing appraisals, right? You know,
Yes,
I think
yeah.
so, but this motion would leave open, the possibility for both parties, the petitioner and those opposed, to have certified experts to come and testify before us at our next meeting. That's the way that my motion was intended. Not to allow layperson testimony outside of this hearing.
Does that exclude military people with experience in that?
If they're an acoustical expert.
I think if they're an expert.
You know, military have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but not everybody's an acoustical expert
what I'm
in
talking about.
military.
Okay.
Is that possible?
It's close to they come
I think
to
we
that
could have
level.
trouble defining that term.
Experts, I think so
Yes,
too.
we could have comments on the acoustic portion of it, and that would include others, and limit those, but if we are looking for credentials, as Commissioner says, there may be people with expertise that are not certified sound people. I don't know. This report is very difficult for me to understand, and if there's someone who teaches physics of sound at ECU that could help me understand that person might be helpful. I don't know. I'm not suggesting that person, but I think that's an expertise that's different from the level that we're talking about with the people that the company's bringing in.
Alex, I suspect
Okay, so
you're right.
where are
There
we?
probably is somebody at ECU.
I'm
that
not sure
will
that,
You have a
qualify.
motion on the floor and a I'm sorry.
Commissioner Ward?
You have a motion on the floor and a second in order to allow additional acoustic experts on November 1st.
So are we
as a
clarifying the word
continuation.
expert?
Additional acoustical, what was your motion, Commissioner
Acoustic-
People
Nunley?
with expertise, is that okay?
That was the word I used.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Those with
People-
acoustical expertise
Yes, thank
to
you.
be heard at November 1st prior to the conclusion of the evidentiary portion of the hearing.
Okay, are you ready to vote?
Just to clarify, the motion is to keep the hearing open until November the 1st to hear from acoustic expertise on both sides.
That's clear enough to me.
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright?
Yes.
Commissioner Colston?
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
No.
Commissioner Nunley?
Yes.
Commissioner Ward?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7 to 1.
Okay, so at this time, we will move to the next item. And that is Employee Service Award, Madam,
Is there
Mr.
somewhere we can shorten this?
No, we have an agenda.
We will try to speed read and do this very quickly.
Yes.
So, Employee Service Awards, item number 7-1. You have categories of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and 35 years. I'll read these quickly. In the 5-year, we have Myra Elizabeth Martinez Vengus, Angela Ann Brown, Valentina Geneva Brown, Misty Carol Butler, Timothy Leon Cordell, April Annette Daniels, Jeffrey Ray Dixon, Joshua David Gates, Carol Ann Glisson, William Hugh Hansley, Shamika Danielle Hawkins, Sharon Ann Hickman, Willie G. George, Jordan Futero Manning, Tyshina McCabe Minor, Charles E. Nobles, Dallas Sherwood Pill, and Elizabeth Renee Toppin. Moving to our 10-year category, 2 employees, Jerry F. Allen III and Pamela Ann Smith. 15-year category, Kelly Andrews, who's in the audience, our Department of Economic Development Director, Harold R. Blake, who is now retired, Veronica Bradford, Jeffrey P. Costin, Kevin Haddock, Tashonda Hill, Kimberly Peden, James G. Piner, and Tanya Tucker Dawson. 20-year category for employees, Gary T. Brinkley, William Goodson, Kimberly W. Hines, our clerk to the board, sitting here on the dais, and Paul Whaley. With 25 years, we have Jennifer Dickerson and Billy Mayo, 30 years. Janice Darlene Moree, who is also retired as of October 1st, and Jeff Phillips, who's retired, was the detention center chief at the Pitt County Detention Center. 35-year category, Betsy Haddock, who is a longtime employee of the Pitt County Financial Services Department, and that is our employee recognitions.
Okay, thank you. And next we have the Public Health Director, update on the community vaccination programs. Dr. Sibley.
He's in the back, and I did discuss with him about.
Can we invite all of them back in here?
Yes, they may be back here.
Since everybody's left.
Did they go to sleep?
Might be asleep.
Good.
Lauren asked if we could take these off.
Let's do this.
Was it
Dr. Sibley, yeah.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Happy to be here to share with you a little bit of good news for a change tonight. I'll try to be brief given the hour. Let's talk about our Pitt County data first. All of our samples continue to be the Delta variant. We're now 8 weeks and running. I suspect tomorrow when this report comes out that we'll be 9 weeks and running with 100% of the sequenced samples through the Brody lab as Delta variant. We don't know yet if anything's going to follow Delta, but right now it's all Delta. Here's our epidemic curve. If you look at the right end of the epidemic curve, you can see we are on the backside of the Delta wave. This curve shows it by race and ethnicity. The slate blue color is our Caucasians or white individuals. The red are African Americans. You can see cases really dropped off in African Americans with Delta. The lavender or purple color are Hispanic or Latino individuals. And interestingly, the green, kind of the mint green, are folks who consider themselves other, probably some sort of mixed racial heritage or mixed ethnic heritage. We saw a fair amount of this through the Delta wave. If you look back to last summer, I'm going to point out the ECU wave. We also saw that with the ECU wave. So my guess is those are younger individuals who consider themselves multiracial. We also, on this graph, you can see that we've had this light blue at the bottom are American Indian or Native Alaskans, and we did see some of that through the Delta wave. But again, every demographic is dropping off in the Delta wave. Wanted to show you this by age as well tonight. The yellow, I want to point out the yellow, those are the children 0 to 17 years of age. And we look back for us, so the peak of our cases were still in January. We came close with Delta, but not quite as high in any given week as we were in January. In January, we had about 200 cases per week at the peak of the activity for COVID in January, and our schools were at less than 50% occupancy. We had 60% of children were doing in-person education, and that was split into two groups, so roughly about 30% of children, the normal Pitt County Schools population, in the building at any given time. Through the Delta wave, we've had 100% occupation of the schools, and at the peak of this, we were around 400 cases per week in schools. It kind of explains why we had the number of quarantines that we had during the school year so far this year. As that activity has fallen off, those quarantines will drop as well. Again, the bulk of the, age-wise, the bulk of the disease has been in the young working folks, the 25 to 49-year-old, followed closely by 18 to 24-year-old, and then the more mature workers in the 50 to 64-year-old group. Take-home points on the COVID Delta. We are on the backside of the Delta wave. All metrics are moving in a favorable direction. The COVID-19 virus Delta variant continues to circulate at high levels, and we at this point do not know if another variant will emerge and outcompete Delta. Let's talk about vaccines in Pitt County. Here's our numbers as of today. Raw numbers for partially vaccinated, 92,836 individuals, or 51% of Pitt County residents are now at least partially vaccinated. Fully vaccinated, 86,917 individuals, or 48% of Pitt County residents. And if you read my asterisks, there was a state data change last week or the end of the week before. It was actually Monday, I think, of last week. Sometimes it's hard to keep the date straight in your head. But the state, we found that in the federal programs, data was being reported to the state immunization system based on county of administration instead of county of residence. And public health data is all tracked by county of residence. So for most counties, that resulted in a loss of about 2% in their raw numbers, and about 2,000 or so in raw numbers, and about 2% in their percentages. A couple of counties moved more. We went from 53% to 51%, and about 50% fully vaccinated back to 48%. So moved us 2 percentage points in the wrong direction. They have corrected that, and now as that federal data flows into the system, it is flowing in by county of residence, which is how we track public health reportable data. Talk about the health department's vaccine operations. We continue to offer Moderna vaccine every day at the health department. We do this by appointment. We also welcome walk-in vaccine candidates. At this point, we've given more than 13,000 doses of Moderna COVID-19 vaccine at the health department. We've also done in excess of 500 doses of the Johnson & Johnson or Janssen COVID-19 vaccine. And in all of these vaccinations, we've seen only typical post-vaccination side effects, sore arms, some mild systemic illness, generally lasting 2 days or less with folks. But none of the serious side effects that have been in the news have been seen in any of the cases that or any of the individuals we've vaccinated. Our outreach operations, we had a operation at the Piggly Wiggly last month. We were there for 4 weeks, 1 day for 4 weeks in a row. During that 4-week session, we vaccinated 36 individuals at Piggly Wiggly. We're returning to the store this month for 4 sessions again 1 week, week to week for 4 weeks throughout the month of October. We've also been asked to do this down in Aden, and we're looking at that and may start that next month and do that at Piggly Wiggly. The Joy Soup Kitchen, we've done that kind of on the down low, where we've provided vaccine to clients there on several different occasions. Dr. Hardy is working to get back over there and give some boosters and continue that process with them. We've also been working with Mr. Quigley on a Veteran Stand-Down Day activity for the disabled American veterans. We'll likely use J&J at that because these folks tend to come out once in a while and won't likely come back for their boosters. Other outreach things that we've done, we did go to the last concert on the Commons the night the Eagles Tribute Band was at the Commons and had a vaccine set up there. Henry Hinton allowed us to do that. It was his program. Henry allowed us to do that. 7 individuals were vaccinated that night. Pitt County Fair, while we had a vaccine team available for at least part of the day, every day of the fair, except Sunday, we gave 0 vaccines that entire course at the fair. We also did a operation on a Saturday or Sunday, I forget what day of the week it was, at the Nature Museum, Time for Science, and gave 0 vaccinations at that operation. We had a crew at the Bethel 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony and also gave 0 vaccinations at that operation. We know in our first responders that vaccine uptake has been very poor. We're less than 50% across the disciplines. That's fire, police, EMS. At my suggestion, Pitt County Emergency Management held a vaccine hesitancy roundtable for first responders. This was a panel discussion mediated by our own Jim MacArthur that included myself, Dr. Herb Garrison, ECU Emergency Medicine Professor, Dr. Robert Portella, ECU Emergency Medicine, and our EMS Medical Director. And we were lucky enough to get Dr. James Winslow, some people know him as Trip Winslow, the North Carolina State EMS Medical Director, to participate in that. We're planning to do a second session with this to speak to our first responder community again. That is still in the scheduling process right now, so I don't have a hard date for you on that. I was also asked to do a second virtual COVID-19 Q&A with our Pitt County Schools Health Science Academy. Did this early, did this sometime last year with them. It was a great way to end a workday one Friday afternoon. We did this again to answer the students' question to me about COVID-19 and the vaccines. So it's the second time I've done that with the Health Science Academy, and I think it was a great experience for the students and a fun hour or so for me to do that. I know vaccine third doses and boosters has caused a lot of questions and for the public, for you all as our elected leaders, for my staff, for myself. Going to go over the definition of a third dose and a booster as the CDC is using it for COVID-19. Third doses are given to an individual who may have not had an adequate response to the initial vaccine series. This is available currently for both Pfizer and Moderna and can be given as soon as 28 days after completing the primary series. Booster doses are given to individuals who initially had an appropriate reaction to the vaccine, raised an appropriate immunity from the vaccine, but have a decline or waning of their immunity due to time. CDC has found with both Pfizer and Moderna that tends to be some waning at about the 200-day mark, a little over 6 months with both of those. Right now, boosters are, when I put the slide together, they were currently only approved for Pfizer. And that is true. Pfizer's been approved by FDA and CDC. Moderna on Friday was approved by the FDA, still has to go before the CDC committee and be signed off on by the CDC before we can begin administering Moderna boosters. We feel that we have substantial capacity in our clinic and we'll be able to handle that likely through our normal clinic operations, but we have reserved the Ag Center in case we do need to do some larger community clinics for boosters this round. There's not as much time pressure to get the boosters there was to complete the initial series. These can be given any time after a certain date and still be considered effective. In some instances, it might actually be better to wait a little longer to get the booster. Vaccine for children and adolescents. Pfizer vaccine is currently approved for individuals 12 and up. There's a Pfizer formulation we believe is going to be approved in the very near future that will cover children from 5 to 11. It's going to be marketed under a different name. It will be a different strength, different amount of antigen in it, but the same vaccine. And that's either has been or will be presented to the FDA for emergency use authorization in the near future. It is expected that that'll be approved, but the time frame remains unclear. Moderna will likely also pursue approval for ages 18 and below as well. Mentioned under boosters, the J&J vaccines made it through the FDA for a second shot. Still waiting CDC approval on Johnson & Johnson for boosters. And those are my prepared remarks for this evening.
Okay, do we have any questions for Dr. Silvernail? If not, thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Janice will briefly give us an update.
Yes, this is on for your periodic legislative update summary. It begins on page 35 in your packages, and I've given you a 3-page written summary of the bills that have been introduced in their progress that affect counties. One update on your sheet under planning, actually at the bottom of page 37 and the top of page 38, on House Bill 854 land use clarifications. That's a law that clarifies the statutes related to local planning and development regulations and permit choice. What's in your package says that the bill now heads to the governor for his consideration. That actually became law on October 15th. So that has since passed since the preparation of this report. But you can tell that there's been quite a bit of activity at the General Assembly affecting counties. Given the hour, I'm happy to answer any questions about any of these items you may have.
Okay. You all can give Janice a call if you have any questions. Thank you. Next we have the tax collection report from Sam.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Manager Elliott. Tonight I bring you the September 2021 tax collection report. For the fiscal year to date, the combined collection rate for real and personal property is 68.92%. This time period 1 year ago, we were at 3.75%. Pitt County Tax Administration continues to pursue all outstanding taxes. It's my recommendation for y'all to approve the report as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second it.
Okay, it's been moved in second that we approve the tax report for September 2021. Are you ready for the question, Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we have the monthly financial report on general funds, solid waste enterprise fund, and EMS fund, September 30th, from Brian.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. We are through September 30th. We're 25% of the way through the year. On the general fund, we have collected, we've collected 40.8% of our anticipated revenues, and we have spent exactly 25% of our budgeted expenditures. In the solid waste fund, we've collected 54.48% of our revenues and spent 25.71% of our expenditures. And in the EMS fund, we have collected 44.73% while only spending 36.49%. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and second that we approve the financial report. Are you ready for the question? Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move now to the manager's report.
Yes, quickly, the next meeting dates, November 1st, November 15th. And I assume on the November 1st meeting date, since we are continuing the public hearing on Compute North, that the board will need to be in person, even though we will have remote capability. So all board members will need to be here for that because we're continuing this public hearing. Item 2, wanted to recognize our own County Commissioner Alex Albright regarding the 2021 John Tyler Caldwell Academies for the Humanities designation that he is being honored with. And just a brief reading on this as part of a news release. The North Carolina Humanities has selected Alex Albright to receive the 2021 award for the humanities. Albright is being honored for his statewide impact and dedication to creative writing, teaching, and humanities advocacy. It says the award for humanities honors distinguished individuals who have strengthened the educational, cultural, and civic life of North Carolinians through their life's work. The award is named for its first recipient and founder, member of the North Carolina Humanities, the late Dr. John Tyler Caldwell. And this actual program will air on Friday, October 29th at 4 p.m. And I'd like to recognize Commissioner Albright for this prestigious recognition and award, and just make note of that.
So congratulations.
The last thing I have on my manager's report is the letter of recognition. Your policy regarding recognizing people, events, and such does allow for letters of recognition. The chairwoman did sign a letter to Eastern Carolina Medical Services, and it was in subject to his letter of recognition. It says, "Dear Dr. Servey and Dr. Leonhardt, on behalf of the Pitt County Board of Commissioners, I'd like to recognize and thank you for providing inmate health care at the Pitt County Detention Center for over 20 years. The breadth of experience and leadership exhibited by the East Carolina Medical Service team resulted in high-quality medical, mental health, and dental services provided to the inmates at the Pitt County Detention Center. During your service, you were able to meet the complex medical needs of inmates while providing comprehensive and cost-sensitive services for the county. We recognize the innovative and collaborative work performed by East Carolina Medical Services to assure cost-effective pharmacy services, negotiate lower reimbursement rates, minimize litigation, and maintain above-average staff retention. Additionally, your leadership through the COVID-19 pandemic was exceptional to assure the safety, health, and well-being of inmates and staff. The Pitt County Board of Commissioners thanks you for your service, signed by our chairwoman, Ann Floyd Huggins. I do believe earlier tonight we may have had Dr. Leonhardt and Dr. Servey in the audience. I don't believe they're here now, but did want to recognize the fact they would be here and that we've read this letter. And
okay.
That's all I have, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to...
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we approve the items for consent. Are you ready for the question, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nolly?
Yes.
Commissioner Ward?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager, on the American Legion Fair Security, how much, what is that about?
So on your item for discussion on the American Legion Fair Security, this is an item that Commissioner Colson asked us to put on the agenda back on, this is page 82, back from the, I believe, September 20-something meeting. September 13th meeting. And what we've had since that point in time is the actual cost of what the Pitt County Sheriff's Office has billed the fair, $15,671.88. The fair also incurred an additional $1,800 in costs, and it was asked to be put on the agenda to consider if you wanted to defray any of that cost.
Madam Chair, as was stated in the last meeting by me, I went through the number of last several years of the sheriff's budget and so on. And one of my big concerns is that the sheriff has the sole final authority as to how many deputies that she wants on any given day. And one of the things she had was like 17 deputies on a day. And that seems like an awful lot. And I really think that because Pitt County receives revenue in the form of taxes from the grounds, how much did they pay, Scott? Do you know off the top of your head, or maybe Brian?
I think it was $11,000, if I recall, off the top of my head, per year.
Do you know, Brian? Ballpark, throw a dart at the board.
I think 11,000, I believe.
Okay. I would like to see that we reimburse half of the $15,671 to the county, to the fair, the ALF, and I'll put that in the form of a motion.
So, could we?
Well, we don't have
Okay, yeah, no.
here in a second, not here in a second, then the motion dies for the lack of a second. Okay, we'll move to the next item, which is the American Rescue Plan funding presentation. Brian? And I think I don't know what Brian is going to say, but I think the idea was to give staff some direction on what, because we paused so in short, some direction. Is that what you're looking for?
I think we'll get to that point, and I'll get to it quickly.
Okay.
That's fine
Thank
with you.
you.
All right, so real quick, what I'm going to go over is our background. We're going to talk about the projects that were approved on the September 13th meeting. As the chair alluded to, some discussion on the projects that were approved. And then if there's any discussion tonight, obviously that's up to you all to decide upon. Just to give you the overview, that you've seen this before, you do realize we're getting $35 million. We got the first half in May, and then we'll get the second half next spring of May 2022. We have until December 31st of 2024 to spend it. And then we have a 2-year period if there's any projects or programs that are in place that allows the spending to go until 2026. That is really the ending time frame if you talk to the feds of when the program ends, but we have to have that allocated by December 31st, 2024. We have alluded to forming a staff committee of particular department heads to review suggestions and projects from staff. And then the spending criteria are to support public health expenditures, to address any negative impacts caused by COVID, to replace any lost revenue, to provide premium pay to essential employees, and then to look at investments in our water, sewer, or high-speed internet. So on September 13th, we established budgets in the terms of for our ARP funding administration of $350,000. We established a budget of $6 million for broadband. We set aside $2 million for essential pay and our vaccine policy incentives, $1 million for PPE and equipment, and then $3 million for facility upgrades. After that meeting, we went ahead and started the process of creating job descriptions for the 2 positions that we will need to bring in on board. One is an ARP funding administrator and one in our engineering department. I do want you to keep both of those positions in the back of your mind, because as we do move forward on our projects, especially on the ARP coordinator, for each project that we do, that individual project, whether it's $1,000 or $1 million, we'll have to do reporting individually on that particular project, so we probably will need somebody. So just keep that in the back of your head. And then from the engineering side, if we do anything big, I'm sure Tim and his folks are going to still need that help. The broadband, the $6 million, that was a prior discussion that we had prior to COVID starting. So that was a number that we plugged in for our budget. We have moved forward with our premium pay for our essential employees, and we are in the process right now of doing the vaccine incentives for any employees who get vaccinated, whether that's the pay or the leave time. On the PPE, you can see we haven't spent a whole lot of money of the $1 million. And then the biggie that's part of the discussion tonight is the $3 million that we set aside for facility upgrades. On the 13th, you approved a project for detention center air handlers, and then you approved a project to do roof work at public health. Both of those projects, at the next meeting on September 27th, we brought to you contracts, and at that meeting you approved moving forward with those contracts. So on October 6th, when you initiated the pause, you decided not to use ARP funding on those particular 2 projects. So I don't have the statutory authority, because you paused the ARP spending, to have a funding source for those projects. So right now they're sitting on my desk waiting for me to sign, because I can't legally sign them without you all deciding on, 1, are you going to continue to do the projects, or 2, where the funding source will come from.
Brian, if you could go back to the last slide showing, okay, on the very bottom, facility upgrades. So the bottom one, the public health roof, which is direly needed to be replaced, I would recommend, if you don't want to use the ARP funds at this point, just to use fund balance. We have adequate fund balance. So we've got a roofing contractor who's kind of under the impression we're moving forward, even though we haven't signed a dotted line. And on the Pitt County Detention Center, if you're not comfortable touching the ARP funds right now, we have talked about utilizing the capital reserve that you established earlier 2 years ago.
Yes, 2 years ago.
And there is sufficient money in there?
More than sufficient.
So if that would get us out of the bind with those 2 projects that we need, that we're sitting on the contracts for, and then whatever else you want to direct us on the ARP monies otherwise.
Well, do you need a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
For those 2 items?
Yes.
Okay, well, they disappeared, so whatever you all
Brian,
remember yet.
I got it back up.
Okay.
Can we go ahead and approve the ARP spending for those 2 and then just pause?
Well, I think the goal was
wait
not
on
to
the
use
rest
the
of
ARP
it.
dollars right
No,
now.
not to
You
use
could always
the-
go back later on and back into it if you decided to at a later point, but right now, the 196,800 would come out of fund balance, the 586,650 would come out of the capital reserve fund that was set up.
So moved.
Well, we moved and seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we will follow the manager's recommendation on those 2 items. Are you ready for the question?
Madam Chair, before we take a vote, let me ask Scott a question. Brian, maybe too. Are we using any of these funds for housing improvement, especially in the Pitt County area, meaning Greenville as well?
No, not at this point. The only money that you have spent is what's already been listed on the presentation, the bulk of which has been for the premium pay and the vaccine incentive. We have not even set up budgets for any other outside of what's on this presentation. So the answer to your question is no.
Well, Commissioner McLaughlin, that is what is being proposed, that while we pause, because we can put into place some things like that, but we're not there yet. So,
We're not there yet, but we can get there.
Yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner Nunley, you want to speak to?
Yes, Madam Chair. After the approval of these 2 items, I will have a motion on on a proposed way forward, on a citizen-driven, input-driven way forward, to establish procedure to gain public input, collaborate with staff on what staff sees as current needs based on feedback on the interim final rule, to allow some additional time to pass, to take stock of what the actual harm is in the community, and then coordinate in 2022 a workshop with management on setting those priorities and spending priorities on ARPA funds at that time, but that would be my motion after we.
Okay, let me hear from Commissioner Perkins Williams, and then we'll carry the vote.
I would like to see this board at some point provide some opportunity for small business who's been hurt and for the small nonprofits with art from this. I'd like to see them have an opportunity to apply for some kind of grant funding that can help them with that, because they're hurting. And these big businesses have been getting it.
Okay,
And not the small, I'm talking about the small, but we need to specify what the small business is and all that, but I'd like to see us set aside money for small business and smaller nonprofits.
that could come in his motion. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins?
Yes.
Commissioner Albright?
Yes.
Commissioner Colson?
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley?
Yes.
Commissioner Ward?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now, Commissioner Nunley?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would formally request that we direct management to set call for public input on ARPA spending priorities. The members of the public, nonprofits, and citizens through the end of 2021, and let a request that the public give feedback for the types of community investment they would like to see, and give examples of projects, and also to express harm that they see in the community due to the COVID pandemic, and do so based on U.S. Treasury guidance, and have staff work to have those calls for comment. Also educate the public on what some of those benchmarks are, on what ARPA spending presumably can be qualified for, the quote-unquote the spirit of the law would be. And then so by way of regular meetings, and our regular meetings allow for public comment in person throughout the end of the year. And in those public comment sessions, of course, have regular rules apply. To have Zoom public input presentations that are remote, can be attended remotely, and that would afford the opportunity for extended presentations for nonprofits or other organizations that have the ability to present at length, and perhaps have some on-site in-person presentations of that as well that can be videotaped and viewed by management. I think it would be beneficial if that, through that process, that it not necessarily be required that the full commission be there, but that we would essentially have that cone import to get the information in, and also accept written communications from constituents and nonprofits and small businesses on what they would like to see, and then also seek staff input. So staff's already gone through the really rigorous process of going through that, so hopefully that'll be easy. And then in 2022, coordinate with the board, management team, and the dedicated staff, and workshop that information with the board to set those spending priorities, and then go about the implementation thereafter. So that would be my motion. So community input first, and we take that input, let that drive the policy, and set the spending priorities, and work amongst ourselves to see where we can make the biggest impact.
So now, what was your motion?
All of that.
All of that.
Everything you just said.
All of that.
All of that. Basically hear from the public first before we decide to spend a dime.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and second. that we will follow Commissioner Nunley's motion. And we will have a plan? Are you ready for the question? Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next item for decision, the sale of the county-owned
I move
property.
that we approve this.
Madam Attorney, do you have anything you want to say?
No, the information is in your packet. I'm sorry, on page 85.
85.
It's really not.
I'll second.
82, 83.
Yeah, it's not on 85. I'll just, okay. Yes, this was a property that the county obtained through foreclosure. Previously, the board accepted a proposed offer. We advertised it for upset bid. No upset bids were received. The 10-day period has passed, and we're now recommending that you authorize the chairman to sign a deed transferring this property to the original, who was also the highest bidder.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion's been made and second. Are you ready for the question, Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins
Yes.
Williams.
Okay. All right, we will move to the next item, the amendment to the law enforcement ordinance number 4. This is the second reading. Madam Attorney.
Yes, you heard this at your last meeting. It has now come back on for a second reading for the board to consider proposal number 2, which is in your packet on pages 93 and 94, which in effect removes section G from the ordinance prohibiting concealed carry on county property.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Cole.
Rarely do we have an opportunity that comes before us where, Scott, did you keep a tally of the number of people? Would it be fair to say roughly 300 people have petitioned us not to change the ordinance?
Roughly.
Okay.
Yes.
How many people have called in support of the change?
None that were.
Okay, so there's an outpouring of people that are concerned. We pride ourselves, I hear this all the time from this board, that we want to do what the citizens want. I implore those that voted the last time to change it, please change your mind and leave it as it is. There have been no incidences, 0, since this took effect.
Is that a motion?
I also
Pardon?
had a couple of comments that I wanted to say after Tom.
Okay, go ahead.
I know I spoke on this last time, so I'll try to be brief. I jotted down some thoughts. Again, people that have been vetted and screened and trained for concealed carry are law-abiding citizens. The people that will be affected by this are losing their right to protect themselves. Think of our employees and citizens that will become vulnerable if this passes on county property. Non-law-abiding citizens will not flinch to carry a concealed weapon on county property, regardless of any ordinance this board passes. I'm still not quite sure why this was even brought up for a change in the first place, because to my knowledge, there were no complaints about allowing concealed carry on county property from citizens or county staff. As Tom mentioned, there's been at least 300 people that have either showed up, emailed, or signed a petition to ask us, please leave the ordinance as is and to continue to allow concealed carry on county property. And not one person that I know of has showed up, emailed, or called, or signed a petition in favor or support of denying concealed carry on county property. As a gentleman here stated, this property does belong to the citizens of Pitt County. As I've said before, I feel safer knowing that we allow responsible, law-abiding citizens to carry concealed. You never know when it might save your life. We should be for the people, not against them. So, I'm just going to ask, as Commissioner Colson did, to please take heed and listen to what these citizens were passionate enough about to take time out of their day to come up here and sit and wait in a overflow room, in a hallway, emails, calls, all this stuff. Just would please ask you to please change your mind.
Commissioner Nunley, and then Commissioner McLaughlin. I'm sorry, I saw his hand.
Okay, I certainly agree with Commissioner Colson to a degree. But my concern, I was a firearm instructor and for about 20 years. And I've talked to the deputy sheriffs throughout Pitt County, outside of Pitt County. And but my concern is, and I'm talking from a law enforcement perspective, to have firearms on county-owned property. One of the concerns is that a deputy could come in and with individuals on county-owned property having firearms could easily mistaken them for the perpetrator. So that's a concern. Now, whether you know this or not, people of color are more likely to be victimized behind this kind of condition. I've seen it over the years. If an incident would happen in that nature, so I'm for concealed carrying, but not on county-owned property. I think that it's no need to have concealed carrying permit on county-owned property. That's the job for law enforcement. That's the job for trained law enforcement officers. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Commissioner Nunley and then Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think it's important when we read regulations to and balancing this. I think I said at the outset of this, it's important is to frame everything we discuss is we're not calling anyone a bad person or bad actor by considering leveling how we treat citizens on county property. Currently, every resident in Pitt County, except for those that carry a concealed handgun permit, are disallowed from carrying a firearm unless they meet one of those other exceptions. So members of the general public are the same as members that receive a firearm, and I would argue that and submit that to treat them differently it misplaces training over the reality that when we make a decision to have a safer workspace, that workspace is safer and that government space is safer when we don't have firearms. Now there is provision currently in this in the regulation, subsection F, that such other persons could be designated by the sheriff as sufficiently trained to carry a firearm. And I've received feedback from many members of the staff that were concerned about not being able to carry a firearm. And I would argue that in the event that the management team and the sheriff felt like it was appropriate to have designated individuals on the workforce to carry a firearm, they could use that provision. But there's no need to have a special designated class of person based on the simple fact of passing a concealed carry course to somehow assume that person's going to be more perfect and behave in a manner that's more reasonable than someone that's not. And I'll just say this, I don't support everyone being able to carry a weapon on county property. And so I can't logically say that I'm going to put one class of person above another class of person because they pass a permit test. Now, that's not to say that the people that pass the permit test are bad people, and that they're not well-intended. Because this is not doing this is not anti-gun. It's pro-safety, it's pro-security for our government facilities. And so it doesn't create a gun-free zone. We've still got deputies, and we've still got the ability to have security on site. And I would argue that it's our responsibility to create a safe work environment. Those that are in favor of this ordinance remaining the same feel like we're safer if concealed carry permit holders are allowed to carry a firearm. I just patently disagree with that, fundamentally. And so that's why my vote would be remain to modify this provision and delete subsection G from the ordinance.
Commissioner Albright?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would agree with a couple of things here. Certainly the notion that concealed carry people are generally good folks and responsible. I rely, since my business opened in 2004, we have no police in Fountain. I have a 110-foot-long building, and I know that I've not been robbed because my patrons carry concealed weapons. I know people who do that. I'm grateful for them. Like a couple of other people here, I have some concerns about concealed carry on county property. It seems to me like it could be treated like federal property, and airports and schools. We do have places in this world where concealed carry is not allowed. Pitt County would not be the first to enact such a thing. And I still, despite those, as Commissioner Nunnally said, there were some really powerful letters that we saw from people who were fearful, especially when they are working late at night and they cite very particular circumstances. He's offered a suggestion here for those kind of circumstances. That's nothing that I've heard has changed my mind to the point that I believe that carrying concealed weapons in government facilities is an appropriate exercise for general.
Commissioner Perkins-Williams?
I don't see why a concealed carry person feel it's necessary to go in to see any staff member about a county business. So if suppose that people want to go in and apply for a job, and they got a concealed carry. Suppose somebody come in and want to put something on the agenda and want to talk to Kimberly, and they got a concealed carry and you can see it. It's the decision that people make that they feel is necessary to carry or concealed carry. I mean, that's the thing about me. And I've gotten calls now. They said, I don't want to be the one that's saying don't. Well, shucks. Everybody around over on my side of town got weapons. They go hunting all the time. They got them all up in the truck. We're not saying don't have your weapons, but we're saying you need to make some really conscious decision about where you're taking it. Why are you carrying a gun to church? But it's been there. That bothers me. And I'm not saying nobody don't have a right for anything. I'm saying that the decision that people exercise to do things with when they have something feel almighty. And that bothers me. I don't have any rights.
Okay. Commissioner Ward?
I think that we have had in all of our county buildings that people have been able to carry concealed weapons since 2020, maybe.
2015, 16.
2015, I didn't mean 20, I'm sorry. Y'all help listen closely to what I say. Make sure it makes sense. It's getting late for me. But I just think that there has not been one incident, and my saying that doesn't mean that, and I hate to say things like that because you're fearful that tomorrow things will change. But I really have not heard anything that makes me feel like we should change this. I think it should stay in effect.
Madam Chair.
Okay. May I speak?
Yes, of course you can.
Okay, it was pointed out that 300 people, came, approximately 300 people came, out of 170,243 citizens in Pitt County. So I want to point that out to you. Also, answer this question for me. You say that nothing has happened, that we would find a need to delete G. What happened that we added G back in 2015?
It was determined back then, since I was here, I'll tell you what it was.
Okay.
Charles Farley was the one that put it forth. And it shows what elections mean. In 2018, we went from leaning right to decidedly hard left as a board. And so now this hard left board is saying that all the arguments that were presented, and that's what I'm hearing here, these same arguments were presented back then. And we were going to have the OK Corral, and gunfights are going to erupt all over the place. And not one single incident has occurred. And I reject the fact that you're trying to put concealed carry in a particular class of people. They're not a particular class of people. They're citizens of the county. They have to be the safest citizens, the most law-abiding citizens of all citizens, and that is a statistical fact. I keep hearing about follow the science. Well, statistics is a science. Follow it. And, you know, it just seems to me that when we say we are going to be safer when we have nobody around to protect you, and it's an impracticality to say, oh, Sheriff, would you please give me a special designation to carry a gun? Well, I still got the one from Sheriff Elks. Is it still good? Janice, is that still good? Hadn't been ratified or approved by Sheriff Dance, but I still got it. Is it okay for me to carry a gun?
I'd have to look at it and see if it has an expiration date.
It does not have an expiration date. And
But
okay,
did you answer my question?
You used 170,000
No, that's
people,
not my
and
question.
if you knew anything about statistics,
No, that's
you
not my
would
question.
realize that a 300+ sampling of people out of that is a huge sample.
My other question, Tom, is that back in 2015, maybe you said it and I just didn't get it. In 2015, when you added that
We
people would be
professed
able
ourselves
to.
to be a Second Amendment county. That was the reason behind it. So
But
that we
the-
could say
but
that
you
we
didn't
as
have
a
any-
county support the Constitution that we swear allegiance to.
Okay, so that was the reason that it was added?
Yes.
It was not that it was because an incident happened that you needed to put that in? I'm just
No,
trying to.
there are no incidences.
Okay.
And that was part of the reason for trying to put it in there, because there is no history to support what the majority of this board says it wants to do.
So there's still, you have the same argument that there's no incident now to remove it. So it's the same kind of argument that I want to point out.
Well, I beg to differ.
Commissioner Nunley.
I just, point of clarification, I was not classifying concealed carry people in one category. I was stating that the current regulation as worded classifies concealed carry individuals differently and puts them above regular citizens. So I just wanted to clarify that. I wasn't.
No, it doesn't.
But they
It
do.
puts
but
it
they-
above
they
criminals,
specific-
but not above the citizens.
No, they do. It specifically
You want to make
allows-
criminals okay to come in and shoot us. That's what you want.
Okay, we're doing two two on the subject, and you have had your second, Lauren's gonna have her second round.
Chair, this maybe help clarify the question that you had. I was not on the board in 2015, but I do believe I've heard County Manager Mr. Elliott say that wasn't there a survey done by county employees back in 2015, and the overwhelming majority of them wanted to carry concealed on county property?
There was a survey, I can't remember the exact results of it, but there was some employees that indicated they were in favor. In fact, I'd have to pull that. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, we've had, as Commissioner Albright said some time ago, two times this discussion on an item. So we've all had that. So we will move forward with a vote.
We need a motion.
I will make a motion that we make no change to law ordinance number 4 and that we continue to allow concealed carry on county property.
Second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we continue to the ordinance that concealed weapons will be carried on county property. Are you ready for the question? Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd-Huggins,
No.
Commissioner Albright.
No?
Commissioner Colson,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
No.
Commissioner Nunley,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
No.
Motion fails 5-3.
Okay. All right, we will move forward with the next item on the agenda.
So, Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve
Oh,
the modified
Oh,
regulation.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm ready to move on. Okay,
We need a second.
okay, Commissioner Nunley,
Motion to approve the modified regulation.
Second.
okay, it's been moved and second that we approve the modified, version. Are you ready for the question? Madam Clerk?
Yes. Chairwoman Floyd-Huggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
No.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner White,
No.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can move forward.
Motion passes 5-3.
All right, we'll move to,
Which one we on?
Or three.
number 3, lease agreement composting project, transfer station, John Demme. Good evening.
Good evening. I'll be real quick. Back in January 2020, the county and ECU entered into a MOU to operate a small type 2 instead of 1, but a type 2 composting facility on 2 acres of land in the back of our property. COVID stopped the project and it never started back up. The lead person who's here tonight, Caitlin Cummins, sitting right there, for ECU, created a private company called Terrabella Compost and has asked the county, excuse me, I went to the football game yesterday in Charlotte and that's why my voice is bad. She wants to lease the 2 acres of land and start the composting project back up. She'll be using food waste from ECU and other residential or commercial facilities. Type 2 composting facilities will allow you to use food waste mixed with mulch. The county would lease the 2 acres of land for $400 a month, plus we would sell the compost for $5 per ton to her, what she uses. The county won't use any manpower or provide any other equipment for that will be her responsibility, her company's responsibility. I've always wanted Pitt County to get into composting. I don't want us actually to man it ourselves. I went for a composting. I am a certified composter, and what I learned at that class was I don't want to be responsible for it. I'd rather a private company do it, and I think this is a good way to start, and hopefully it will expand, and we can compost more here in Pitt County. Be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chairman, if I'm in order, I'd like to move that we accept his recommendation and we do this.
Second.
It's been moved and second that we accept this proposal or lease agreement for composting project at the transfer station. Are you ready for the question? Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the budget amendment. Brian and Tim.
Well, I was watching my clock. I wasn't sure if I was going to get to say good morning or good evening. Pretty close. About the closest I've been, I think.
Please tell me good night.
So I'm going to be as quick as I can here. This is a budget amendment, project ordinance, and architect contract for the Sheriff's Office Administration Building. We talked about this for some time. Obviously, know it was delayed. We went through the RFQ process for architect selection. Had two architects that submitted their qualifications. Through that process, we selected JFK, John Farkas, JKF here in Greenville in Pitt County firm. They submitted their proposal. They are estimating now that the project cost on the administration building is about $7 million. You'll see that in the abstract. By the time we get to construction, it may even go even further than that. So John's fees are based on the percentage of that construction cost. So right now it's estimated at $547,360. So because of the process we've gone through, and Brian can, is the money guy, can help answer any questions related to the budget amendment and the project ordinance. But this will basically set up that project asking for approval of the contract with JKF to move forward with architectural design. It also includes the programming study for the space that will be vacated by the sheriff's staff once all of their staff is put in one location. And it will include the budget amendment also as part of that. We will obviously come back once we bid this project, get approval to bid it, take it out for bid, and come back for that contract approval at that time as well. We anticipate an eight-month process for design, so probably sometime middle of next year is when we'll come back, getting ready to bid the project out. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions?
Move approval.
Second it.
It's been moved and second that we approve the budget amendment project that's proposed contract. Are you ready for the question, Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
No.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
No.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yeah.
Motion passes 6-2.
Okay, we'll move to the appointment to the ABC Board.
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Lisa McLaughlin to replace Calvin Kraft.
Second.
It's been moved and second that we appoint Lisa McLaughlin to the ABC Board. Are you ready for the question? Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Reappointment to the PCC Nursing Home and Adult Care Joint Advisory. Eddie?
Dr. Thomas Gould.
Okay.
Nominate Dr. Thomas Gould.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we appoint Thomas Gould to the PC Nursing Home. Are you ready for the question, Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
I move we
Okay.
nominate Sonia Scott to the PATS Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second that we approve that appointment. Are you ready for the question?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Albright,
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Appointment to the Pitt County Human Relations Commission.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate James Rivera and Michael Nelms to replace, or to fill vacancies on the Animal Control Board, please.
For Human
This
Relations.
is Human
It's
Relations.
one,
This
No,
is,
this is Human Relations.
Oh,
I'll
I'm sorry.
make Human Relations and then he can make
I flipped the
his.
page and,
I nominate Susan Ellsworth for Human Relations from the town of Simpson, please.
Yes.
Second.
It's been moved that we appoint,
And we need to include
To-
Phoenix Henson also, I think. Is that not correct?
you do what?
Miss Phoenix.
Is there only one?
There's
Or
just
two.
one.
I'm sorry, I missed one.
Yeah.
There's two. I'm sorry, I missed one. Yeah.
Town fountain.
It's Susan and Henson. We need to
Yeah, you're right. And
include
Phoenix-
both.
Oh, yes, I'm
of
sorry,
those.
Phoenix Henson, and I would
Yes,
include Phoenix
so I
Henson in
just
there.
want to
I'm
include
sorry, I
both
misread
of them in the
that.
motion.
I fell asleep in that sentence.
okay. The town representative for the, excuse me, the village of Simpson, Susan Ellsworth, and the town of Fountain, Phoenix Henson. That was the that was the
Yes,
motion.
yes, please, thank
Are
you.
you ready for the question?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Albright,
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Madam
we'll move
Chair,
to-
if I could try again, I'd like to nominate Michael Nelms and Thomas Rivera as at-large representatives on Animal Services Directory.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we make that appointment to the Animal Service Advisory Board. Are you ready for the question, Madam Clerk?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we will move to Commissioner's comments. I will start to my right, Commissioner Ward.
No comment.
Okay, Commissioner White,
No comment.
Commissioner Nunley,
No comment.
Perkins Williams,
Keep on picking up the trash.
Commissioner Albright,
No comment.
McLaughlin,
No comment.
Cozer.
I'm speechless.
Okay, I have no comments. So.
Move for adjournment.
No, we have to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed session.
Move not to go into closed session.
I second.
I'm sorry, you don't get to vote on that.
Do you want me to take you?
Yes, please,
Going?
yes, please.
I'm not going.
She's not going. It has been suggested or not that this board go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body. Also under 143-18.11A3 to consult with an attorney employed by the public body in order to preserve attorney-client privilege. And under 143-318.11A6, personnel, to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, or conditions of appointment of a prospective public officer or employee. And also under 143-318.11A1, to prevent the disclosure of confidential information. With that, you would need a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into close.
We have a motion and a second.
Oh, okay.
Second,
Not go in.
it's been moved in second that we go into closed session. Are you ready for the question?
Chairwoman Floyd Huggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Albright.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
I said yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Nunley,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins Williams. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
You want to ask Kelly this about what we do?
Oh, yes.